What if the stories whispered in the shadows of ancient woods and echoing through crumbling ruins held the keys to powers beyond comprehension? Tales of gods and monsters, woven into the fabric of cultures, pulse with a life of their own, each more vivid than the last. On a stormy night, as wind howls like a restless spirit, one can almost hear the clash of swords from battles long forgotten, the mournful cries of heroes who dared to defy fate, and the laughter of deities who toyed with the fates of mortals. In the flicker of firelight, the air thickens with anticipation as unseen forces gather, hungry for acknowledgement. Every myth tells of a pivotal moment when the ordinary collided with the extraordinary, when a simple shepherd became a titan, or a humble maiden transformed into a goddess. These stories breathe, their essence entwined with the very earth beneath our feet, waiting for the next soul brave enough to listen. From the icy tundras of the north, where frost giants loom, to the sun-soaked sands of the desert, where ancient pharaohs whisper forgotten secrets, the world is a tapestry of legends layered with echoes of truth. Somewhere, a raven waits, perched on a branch, its watchful eyes capturing every heartbeat of the universe. It knows the stories of creation and destruction, of love that transcends time and betrayals that shatter destinies. Consider the weight of a single myth, a flicker of light in the darkness of ignorance. What if the story of the phoenix rising from its ashes was more than mere fantasy? What if it spoke of resilience, of the indomitable human spirit that refuses to be extinguished? A haunting melody plays in the background, beckoning travelers from far and wide to immerse themselves in the legends of gods who walked among men, leaving behind traces of their divine madness. In these captivating tales, the very fabric of reality bends. A serpent coils, symbolizing endless cycles of life and death, while thunder rumbles in the distance, signaling an impending clash between titans. Shadows lengthen, and the air grows electric with tension as the boundaries between myth and reality blur. The stories tug at the edges of human understanding, challenging beliefs and igniting curiosity that burns like a flame. An epic battle approaches, where the fates of realms hang precariously in the balance. Heroes will rise, only to be tested by treachery and sacrifice. Each legend carries a pulse, a heartbeat that resonates with the human experience. Joy, despair, hope, and dread ripple through time, a testament to the struggles and triumphs that define existence. As the fog thickens and the veil between this world and the next begins to lift, the truth awaits. Each myth a doorway, an invitation into the unknown. What truths lie obscured within the dust of time? What lessons have awaited humanity's reckoning since the dawn of civilization? The world thrums with stories, each one begging for a voice. The shadows whisper and the myths stir, sensing that the moment of revelation is near. A new chapter beckons, but only for those daring enough to listen. In the beginning, before time etched its mark upon the universe, there was nothing but an endless expanse of darkness. A silence so profound it thrummed with potential. Then, in a heartbeat that echoed through the void, creation sparked into existence. Light pierced the gloom, and galaxies blossomed like flowers reaching for the sun, each one holding within it the promise of a story waiting to be told. From the dust of stars, ancient civilizations began to weave their tales. In Egypt, the sun god Ra emerged from the waters of chaos, a radiant orb illuminating the Nile, bringing life to the land and the people. The Egyptians believed that with each dawn, Ra was reborn, navigating the skies in his celestial boat, battling the serpent Apophis, who sought to plunge the world back into darkness. Each sunset was a reminder of the eternal cycle, of death and rebirth, light and darkness. The tales wrapped around the hearts of the people, filling them with awe and reverence. They looked to the sky, searching for answers, and there, painted in stars, they found their myths. Across the vast seas in India, the cosmos was birthed from the sacred ocean of milk, The gods churned this primordial sea, creating the universe from its depths. Vishnu, the preserver, lay in a cosmic slumber on the serpent Ananta, dreaming of worlds yet to come. With every breath, he stirred the cosmos into being. In this tableau of creation, gods and demons danced, forever entwined in a struggle for balance. The legends spoke of serpents, elephants, and cosmic eggs, each symbolizing life's complexity and beauty. The stories flowed like the Ganges, inviting the curious and the faithful to dip their toes into the waters of understanding. On the other side of the world, the Native American tribes spoke of the Great Spirit, a force that breathed life into the earth. In the Iroquois creation tale, the Sky Woman fell from the heavens, landing on the back of a great turtle that would become the foundation of North America. From her, life blossomed. The trees, the animals, and the humans sprang forth as gifts to the earth. This narrative, rich with meaning, taught the people about their ties to nature, their responsibilities to the land that cradled them. Each story was a thread in a vast tapestry, binding them to the past while echoing in the present. As the sun sank into the horizon, casting golden rays over the horizon, the ancient Greeks crafted their own narratives, filled with gods who were as flawed and emotional as human beings. In their tales, chaos reigned before the emergence of Gaia, the earth who gave birth to the sky, Uranus. Their love bore titans, gods of immense strength and beauty who would shape the world. Zeus, the thunder-wielding king of the gods, fought to bring order, casting his father into the abyss, symbolizing the eternal battle between the old and the new. These stories, laden with drama and passion, enchanted those who heard them, making them laugh, cry, and dare to dream. In the heart of Africa, the Dogon people of Mali spoke of Nomo, cosmic beings who brought knowledge and wisdom to humanity. They believed that the stars were alive, each one a story waiting to be told. The rich oral traditions of their ancestors painted the night sky with vivid imagery, urging the people to listen closely to the whispers of the universe. They understood that they were a part of something bigger, a web of life that connected them to the stars above. Every ceremony, every dance was a celebration of creation itself, a testament to their understanding of the balance between mankind and the cosmos. As the narratives of different cultures unfolded, a common thread wove through them: the struggle to explain the inexplicable. Creation myths acted as mirrors, reflecting the hopes, fears, and aspirations of those who told them. They were not just stories, they were lifelines, grounding people in a world filled with uncertainty. The echoes of these ancient tales reverberated through time, bringing comfort and understanding to generations. In the land of the rising sun, the Japanese spoke of Izanagi and Izanami, the divine couple tasked with bringing forth the islands of Japan. With a spear dipped in the ocean, they conjured the land, and with it, the first gods. But tragedy struck when Izanami died giving birth. Heartbroken, Izanagi descended into the underworld, only to be confronted by the dark shadows of grief. His journey mirrored the human experience, encapsulating the pain of loss and the search for meaning. The depth of these stories resonated in the hearts of the people, a reminder of their own trials and triumphs. The richness of these tales created a vibrant tapestry of human experience, each thread pulsating with emotion. As the myths spread across continents and cultures, they sparked imaginations and ignited the curiosity of generations. But as every great tale unfolds, so too does the shadow of doubt. Questions emerged. What lay beyond the stars? What forces governed the universe? The urge to understand the cosmos propelled humanity forward, fueling discoveries that would change the course of history. And just as the storyteller's voice fades, whispers of new beginnings stir in the air, waiting to be heard. Each myth, a stepping stone toward understanding, leads into the depths of the unknown, where the mysteries of existence beckon. The birth of creation was just the prologue, a beautiful promise of the stories yet to unfold, each thread urging the seeker to listen more closely, for the cosmos held secrets waiting to be revealed. In the very beginning, before land kissed the sea and before stars twinkled in the night sky, the universe was an endless expanse of chaos. Out of this chaos, a whisper stirred, one that would echo through the ages. It was the sound of creation, the triumphant roar of life breaking forth from the silence of nothingness. Two primordial beings, Apsu and Tiamat, were the first to arise from the depths of this void. Apsu, the freshwater god, was serene and calm, his depths teeming with life yet untouched by strife. Tiamat, the saltwater goddess, was wild and untamed, her waters crashing and swirling, filled with creatures of primal fury. They existed in a delicate balance, a cosmic dance of harmony, until the day their peace was shattered. As time drifted on, their offspring, the younger gods, began to stir from their slumber. The soft coos of creation turned into boisterous laughter and raucous shouts, echoing through the waters. No longer content to simply exist in the shadows of their parents, these divine beings began to disturb the tranquil waters of Apsu and Tiamat. What had once been a sanctuary of peace morphed into a cacophony of noise, a discord that rattled the very foundations of their world. Apsu felt the waves of irritation rise within him. No longer was he the calm, nurturing force of life. He burned with anger. He spoke to Tiamat, his voice a low rumble through the waters, his words like thunder. "These children of ours disturb my rest," he growled, his frustration spilling over like an overflowing river. "They must be silenced. Let us bring an end to their noise." Tiamat, wise and powerful, sensed the storm brewing within Apsu. She warned him, her voice like the soft lapping of waves. "Do not act in haste, my love. There is power in their existence. They may yet bring forth something beautiful." But Apsu, consumed by his rage, would hear none of it. He plodded in the darkness, seeking the help of his loyal servant, the god Ea. The tension thickened as Apsu's plan unfurled in the shadows. He began to scheme against the children he had once nurtured. But Ea, wise beyond his years, had heard the whispers of his father's plotting. He saw the darkness looming and felt the weight of destiny upon his shoulders. "I cannot let this happen," he murmured, determination burning in his chest. In the stillness of night, beneath the watchful gaze of the stars, Ea struck. With a mixture of courage and cunning, he approached Apsu, wielding the truths of magic and creation. In that fateful moment, the waters trembled. Apsu was no match for the power of the younger god. With a single incantation, Ea plunged his father into a deep, eternal slumber, forever quieting the fury of Apsu. But the victory was bittersweet. Tiamat, enraged by the death of her beloved, became the very embodiment of vengeance. Her sorrow twisted into fury, and she summoned forth her monstrous creations, creatures of the deep, dragons with scales that shone like molten gold, and beasts that could swallow the sun. They surged forth from the depths, an army of chaos unleashed upon the world. Her wrath ignited the heavens. Tiamat declared war against the younger gods, her voice a tempest that shook the foundations of the cosmos. The younger gods, terrified yet resolute, gathered together, their hearts pounding with fear and determination. They knew they could not stand idly by while Tiamat unleashed her wrath upon them. Amidst the chaos, a hero rose from their ranks, Marduk, the god of wisdom and war. His presence was like a beacon in the storm, and the others rallied behind him. "I will confront Tiamat," he declared, his voice ringing with conviction. "If I fall, let my fate be a lesson for all. But if I succeed, we shall forge a new world from the ashes of this chaos." With the weight of destiny upon his shoulders, Marduk stepped forth, facing the raging Tiamat. The clash of divinity shook the very core of existence. Magic crackled in the air as Marduk wielded the winds and the storms against her monstrous forces. A fierce battle unfolded, one that would be remembered through the ages. The heavens roared, and the earth trembled beneath their feet. As Marduk fought, he called upon the elements to aid him. The winds answered his call, swirling around him like an embrace of hope. Lightning crackled, illuminating the darkness. And the waters surged forth, crashing against Tiamat's fury. With each blow, Marduk carved a path through the chaos, igniting a spark of bravery within the hearts of his fellow gods. But Tiamat was relentless, her rage fueling her power. The battle raged on, a tempest of sound and fury echoing through the very fabric of creation. Marduk, pushed to his limits, finally unleashed the ultimate weapon, an arrow imbued with the essence of the cosmos itself. With a single shot, he pierced Tiamat's heart, and the world held its breath. In that moment, time itself seemed to pause. Tiamat's monstrous body fell silent. Her rage extinguished like a candle snuffed out in the dark. Marduk stood victorious, yet the weight of what had transpired hung heavy in the air. Chaos had been vanquished, but at what cost? The echoes of war lingered in the hearts of the gods, a reminder of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. As the dust of battle settled, a new dawn broke. Marduk gathered the remnants of Tiamat's body and forged the heavens and the earth from her remains. Mountains sprang from her flesh, rivers flowed from her blood, and the skies opened wide, filled with stars. The world was reborn from chaos, a testament to the strength of unity and the triumph of order over disorder. Marduk, crowned as the king of the gods, looked upon the new world with a mixture of pride and sorrow. The pain of loss lingered, but from it a brighter future emerged. The gods rejoiced, their voices mingling with the soft whispers of the winds. Life surged forth, vibrant and full of promise, as the first humans walked upon the land, unaware of the cosmic battles that had shaped their existence. But in the depths of the waters, Tiamat's legacy still stirred, a reminder that chaos is never truly vanquished. The world would forever be a delicate balance of light and darkness, creation and destruction. As the stars twinkled overhead, the story of the gods and their struggles wove into the very fabric of life itself, an eternal cycle waiting to unfold once more. In the silent darkness before dawn, where nothing exists but the whisper of potential, a cosmic egg floated, suspended in the void of nothingness. It pulsed softly, its surface glimmering like the night sky sprinkled with stars. Within this shell, a world of dreams and futures was waiting to be born, a moment pregnant with possibility, heavy with the weight of all that was, is, and could ever be. This egg, known as the Wuji, was the very essence of chaos and order, a delicate balance of yin and yang that held all things in its embrace. Legends tell that from this egg, the universe would unfurl like the petals of a flower, revealing the intricate dance of creation that would give birth to heaven and earth. As the egg vibrated with a rhythmic heartbeat, it echoed the pulse of existence itself, a quiet plea for release, a longing to shatter the confines of its shell. In the beginning, there was nothing but this cosmic shell. Time stood still and silence reigned. Yet, deep within the egg, a figure began to stir. Pangu, the giant who would become the creator, awoke from his slumber. His limbs were long and strong, his breath was the wind, and his voice rumbled like thunder. With a heart full of determination, he stretched and twisted, his very being radiating energy that filled the void around him. As Pangu emerged, he took hold of the egg, his hands gripping tightly. With a mighty effort, he cracked the shell open, and from it, light spilled forth, a blinding, brilliant light that chased away the darkness. The chaos of the void transformed into the firmament above and the earth below. The heavens soared, rising like a great canopy, while the land spread out beneath Pangu's feet, rich and vibrant. But it was not without pain. As the firmament expanded, Pangu felt himself stretched thin, his body caught in the upheaval of creation. With every effort he made to lift the heavens, he felt a piece of himself slip away, merging into the very fabric of the world he was shaping. His blood became rivers, his breath turned into the winds, and his bones became the mountains. Every beat of his heart birthed the pulse of life. Trees sprouted, flowers bloomed, and animals stirred from the depths of the earth, filling the air with their joyous cries. Yet, the act of creation had not come easily. Shadows began to emerge from the corners of existence. Dark creatures stirred, the embodiment of chaos that sought to undo the beauty Pangu crafted. They were remnants of the void, desperate to reclaim their hold on the universe. Pangu, undeterred, summoned all his strength. The very essence of determination surged through him. He roared a sound that echoed across the cosmos, a proclamation that chaos would not win. With each breath, he pushed back against the forces of darkness, shaping mountains to shield the land and carving valleys to cradle life. The cosmic dance of creation continued, filled with both grace and struggle, as harmony and discord intertwined. The sky darkened and lightened in rhythm with Pangu's heartbeats, a symphony of creation that thrummed through the cosmos. Among the myriad of creatures that sprang forth, the first humans emerged, their eyes wide with wonder. They looked to the skies and felt the warmth of the sun on their skin. They listened to the rustling leaves and heard the whispers of the wind. The world was rich with color, flavor, and sound, and yet they sensed an ancient longing, the echo of the cosmic egg that had birthed them, a connection to something greater than themselves. As time passed, Pangu labored on, using his strength to hold the heavens apart from the earth. His body began to weaken. The price of creation weighed heavily upon him. Still, with every ounce of energy he poured his essence into the land, nurturing the humans who had come to inhabit it. They thrived under his watchful gaze, building homes, forging communities, and crafting stories that would be passed down through generations. But darkness was patient, lurking in the shadows, waiting to exploit any crack in the fragile order that Pangu had established. The creatures of chaos grew restless, seeking ways to corrupt the harmony of this newly formed world. They whispered into the ears of men, sowing seeds of distrust and fear. Relationships frayed, and the once unified spirit of humanity began to dissolve, as conflicts erupted like storms. Pangu sensed the shift. The balance he had fought so hard to maintain was crumbling. His once mighty form was now frail, and the weight of the universe began to press down upon him. Yet he could not falter. With the last of his strength, he raised his arms and summoned the elements. Thunder clapped and lightning struck as he called upon the forces of nature to aid him. The earth shook, and the skies roared in response, a testament to the struggle that unfolded. As the chaos surged forward, Pangu's spirit ignited with resolve. In a final act of creation, he sacrificed his very being. His body split and scattered across the land, transforming into the very elements that would sustain the world: the mountains, the rivers, the skies, and the earth itself. It was a magnificent and tragic ending, yet within it lay the seeds of hope. The humans, witnessing the splendor and sacrifice of their creator, felt a surge of understanding wash over them. They recognized the cosmic connection that bound them to Pangu and the universe he had forged. The stories of his creation echoed through their lives, reminding them of the balance they must uphold between chaos and order, light and dark. Though Pangu had departed, his essence lived on in every breath of life, every drop of rain, and every gust of wind. The cosmic egg, now a distant memory, continued to inspire awe and reverence, a symbol of the birth of existence itself. And as the humans gazed into the vast sky, they saw not just the remnants of Pangu's struggle, but the promise of new beginnings, an eternal cycle of creation, destruction, and rebirth that would echo through the ages, intertwining their fates with that of the universe. With each heartbeat, they felt the rhythm of creation, a reminder that they too were part of the cosmic dance, forever linked to the infinite story that was still unfolding, an unbroken thread that would carry them into the next chapter of existence, a whisper of the cosmic egg echoing in the winds of time. The sky darkened, heavy with a thick, brooding cloud cover that churned with a menacing energy. In the distance, a low rumble of thunder echoed, vibrations reaching deep into the bones of all who could hear. It was as if the world itself was holding its breath, waiting. All across the globe, in countless cultures that had never met, the same ancient tale whispered through the ages, binding them in a haunting tapestry of loss and rebirth. From the Mesopotamian plains, the story of Gilgamesh unfolded, where the mighty hero sought wisdom from Utnapishtim, the immortal flood survivor. The deluge had come, a wrathful punishment from the gods for humanity's wickedness. Utnapishtim spoke of the vast boat that he had built, a great vessel that carried his family and a selection of animals, a desperate bid for survival. The waters rose, wild, angry waves that swallowed cities and civilizations whole. There was a sense of urgency in his voice as he recounted the chaos, the screams of despair mixing with the roar of the flood, and the chilling silence that followed, a void left in the wake of the storm. Thousands of miles away, in the heart of the Andes, the Inca told their own version of this myth. They spoke of a great flood sent by Viracocha, their creator god. In this tale, the waters surged forth, consuming everything in their path. The survivors clung to the peaks of the mountains, gazing down in horror at the world that was once familiar, now transformed into a vast, turbulent sea. Even the sun had been obscured, dimmed by the weight of the storm, as if the heavens themselves mourned the loss of the earth below. It was both terrifying and awe-inspiring, the thought of nature's raw power turned against its very own creations. Across the ocean, in the heart of Africa, the Yoruba people recounted the story of Olokun, the god of the sea. His fury unleashed a flood that washed away the arrogance of mankind, leaving behind only the humble and the faithful. They spoke of a man who built a raft, gathering the last remnants of life, animals and seeds, a fragile hope against the overwhelming tide. Each drop of rain that fell before the flood was a reminder of the impending doom, a prelude to the chaos that would soon envelop the land. Even in Asia, the flood myths resonated. In China, the legend of Gun and his son, Yu, emerged from the depths of time. The waters had risen so high that they devoured mountains, and the people cried out for a savior. Yu, armed with wisdom and determination, fought against the floodwaters, carving out channels and shaping the rivers, learning to live in harmony with the very forces that sought to destroy him. His tale became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that hope can arise even from despair. A flicker of light amidst the darkness. With each retelling, something remarkable became evident. The flood wasn't merely a natural disaster, it was a reflection of humanity's deepest fears and hopes. Underneath the furious waters, the same threads of emotion wove through each narrative. The terror of being swept away, the desperation to survive, the responsibility of stewardship over creation, and, ultimately, the promise of renewal. The floodwaters, while destructive, also washed away the old, making way for new life and fresh beginnings. Every culture held its breath as their ancestors faced the inevitable tide. Families huddled together, hearts pounding in their chests as the waters surged closer and closer. Children clung to their mothers, eyes wide with fear, as stories of the Great Flood danced on the lips of the elders. Each tale, vibrant and alive, echoed the primal instinct to survive against insurmountable odds. As the narratives unfolded, it became clear that these ancient tales were not just stories, but warnings. They were a call to recognize the power of nature, a reminder that the balance between humanity and the world is fragile, and that respect for the earth is paramount. The floods came as punishment, but also as a test, challenging those who survived to carry the weight of their experiences into the future. And so, as the clouds hung heavy in the sky, one couldn't help but wonder how much of that ancient fear echoed through the modern world. As cities expanded and rivers were tamed, did humanity remember the tales of old? Did they understand that the Great Flood was not merely a story but a cyclical reminder of their place within the universe? The echoes of the past danced in the air, a chorus of voices from diverse cultures, reminding all who listened of the perils of hubris and the necessity of humility. Each myth, while unique, whispered a universal truth: be mindful of the waters you tread, for they may one day rise again. As the first raindrops began to fall, a palpable tension hung in the air, crackling with energy. It was a reminder that nature in all its beauty and terror holds the power to reshape the world in an instant. And as the stories flowed seamlessly from one culture to another, from one generation to the next, it became clear that the Great Flood was not merely a chapter of history, but an everlasting wave that continued to ripple through time, urging humanity to remember, to respect, and to reflect. With the storm brewing on the horizon, the earth stood at the edge of a knife, caught between devastation and rebirth, and the myths of the Great Flood surged on, relentless and unyielding, waiting to carve their path into the hearts of those who dared to listen. In the flickering shadows of an ancient hall, where the walls whispered secrets of gods and monsters, Loki stood alone, his mischievous grin illuminating the dimness. This was no ordinary moment. It crackled with a tension that made the air electric. The gods of Asgard, proud and powerful, had gathered in solemn council, yet beneath their royal facades lay a current of anxiety, as they could feel the unpredictable wind that Loki brought with him. Here was a figure who danced on the knife's edge of chaos and creation, a being who reveled in the absurdities of existence itself. Loki was not born of divine lineage. His origins were as tangled as the roots of Yggdrasil, the great world tree. He was the son of giants, a being from the very heart of chaos. Yet he found his place among the gods. How strange that someone so entwined with trickery could capture their hearts, yet it was this charm that made him the beloved outcast. As he strolled the hall, laughter erupted from his lips, a sound that brought warmth yet sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. For in every laugh, there was the distinct echo of a storm brewing, a promise of mischief lurking just beneath the surface. Each story of Loki clung to the imagination like the tantalizing scent of smoke drifting from a distant fire. He was the architect of both joy and despair, weaving webs of intrigue and chaos that ensnared even the most vigilant of gods. When he transformed into a mare, seducing the stallion Svadilfari, he didn't just give birth to an 8-legged horse, he birthed the very foundation of the gods' greatest fortress, a reminder that sometimes the most profound outcomes arise from the most unexpected beginnings. The gods cheered for their newfound strength, yet behind the applause, a nagging question lingered. What price would they pay for such gifts? With every tale, Loki's duality unfolded. He was both friend and foe, a companion who delighted in the thrill of the moment, yet always seemed to have a hidden agenda. When Thor lost his hammer, Mjolnir, it was Loki who devised a plan to retrieve it, all while knowing that the path would lead to unexpected confrontations with giants. In that moment, Loki became the key to salvation and destruction, a figure who balanced on the precipice of fate itself. Could the gods trust him, or would he pull the rug from under their feet in a heartbeat? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts on the walls, Loki's laughter echoed in the empty hall, a sound that betrayed neither joy nor sorrow, but a thrilling tension that rocked the very foundations of Asgard. He was the trickster, an embodiment of contradictions who ignited the flames of creativity while simultaneously dousing them with chaos. And the gods, though wary, could not resist his charm. They were drawn to him like moths to flame, knowing full well that the flames might burn. In the thick of a cold winter night, Loki's cunning reached a fever pitch. The gods had set their sights on a powerful artifact, the golden apples of Idun, which granted eternal youth. But to procure them, they must face the giant Thjazi, who would stop at nothing to protect his prize. Loki, ever the opportunist, concocted a daring plan. He seduced the giant's daughter, using her to gain entrance to Thjazi's lair. As the frost of winter gripped the land, so too did the chill of uncertainty wrap around the hearts of the gods. What was a simple heist became a treacherous game of wits, where every move held the potential for disaster. The scene unfolded like a tapestry woven in fine threads of fate. Loki danced through the shadows, slipping past guards, leaving chaos in his wake. But the true danger lay not in the theft itself. It was the ever-looming question of loyalty. Would he return with the apples, or would he vanish into the void, leaving Asgard's hopes in tatters? Moments stretched into eternity as tension coiled tighter, the gods waiting with bated breath, hoping for victory, yet fearing betrayal. As the clash with Thjazi erupted, Loki's heart raced. He thrived in this maelstrom of chaos, where the stakes danced dangerously high. The giant roared, his power palpable, but Loki used his wit like a sword, cutting through the tension with a barrage of clever distractions. The gods fought valiantly, yet it was Loki's cunning that turned the tide, leading to the giant's demise. Cheers erupted, echoing through the hall, but beneath the surface a dark undertow pulled at the fabric of their triumph. This victory, sweet as the wine spilled in celebration, came at a cost. Loki's heart was as fractured as the bond he shared with the gods. They celebrated their renewed youth, yet new cracks appeared in their trust. Every laugh echoed with the question, how could they rely on a trickster whose heart was a riddle wrapped in a mystery? Even as they toasted, the shadows of doubt loomed large, whispering warnings that promised upheaval. Days turned into weeks, and Loki, the ever-watchful spectator, felt the weight of his own chaos pressing down. Tension simmered like a cauldron on the brink of boiling over. He was the spark that ignited the fires of conflict, yet he was also the one left to face the flames alone. The gods, despite their affection, began to turn their gaze, wondering if the trickster's next act would lead them to salvation or destruction. In a fateful night where the stars shone like eyes of judgment, Loki returned to Asgard from the depths of his soul's turmoil. He sought connection, but each glance from the gods seemed filled with hesitation. A new game had begun, one woven with strings of fate and deception. The gods, now wary, watched with bated breath, knowing that the trickster had more tales to tell, each more dangerous than the last, each a step deeper into the chasm of uncertainty. And as Loki's story unfolded amidst echoing laughter and hushed whispers, the thread of destiny tightened, drawing him ever closer to a reckoning that would change everything. The tension was thick, and the air was electric with anticipation. There lay the promise of chaos and the thrill of the unknown, and in that moment, the world held its breath, poised on the precipice of what came next. In the ancient city of Uruk, the sun dipped below the jagged skyline, casting long shadows that danced upon the cobblestone streets. Gilgamesh, the mighty king, stood atop the grand walls of his city, a figure of immense strength and unmatched pride. His heart pulsed with the vigor of youth, and yet a gnawing emptiness tugged at him like an unseen specter. The cheers of his people echoed in his ears, a chorus of admiration for his feats. But inside, he felt the weight of loneliness. For every challenge conquered, there was no one to share the thrill of victory, no one who could match his strength or spirit. His spirit burned brightly, yet the flames of his ambition threatened to consume him. Little did he know that fate had woven a path before him, one filled with trials that would test not just his might, but his very essence. As the night enveloped Uruk, whispers of a wild man named Enkidu reached Gilgamesh's ears. This creature, born of clay and untouched by civilization, roamed the wilderness, embodying the raw strength of nature itself. The king felt a pulse of intrigue flowing through him, a challenge, a rival, a friend. A plan began to form in Gilgamesh's mind, one that would lead him to confront this enigmatic force of nature. With the rising sun came the first glimmer of hope and a hint of destiny. Gilgamesh commanded his men to fetch Enkidu, his heart racing with the thrill of anticipation. When they finally brought the wild man before him, it was as if two worlds collided. Enkidu stood tall, his hair matted, his body glistening with the morning dew, a primal embodiment of raw power and untamed spirit. In a flash, their eyes locked. Two souls, forged from different fires yet ignited by the same longing for connection. In that moment, the air crackled with energy. They fought, a clash of titans that shook the very ground beneath them, each punch a testament to their strength, each movement a dance of fate. But as the dust settled, they lay on the ground, exhausted, yet exhilarated. In that fragile moment, jealousy transformed into camaraderie, a bond that would change the course of their lives and perhaps the fate of the world. Together, they leaped into the unknown, setting off to challenge the mighty Humbaba, the guardian of the cedar forest. This forest, sacred and immense, held treasures and secrets that reached high into the heavens. The two heroes marched forward with courage, hearts pounding in unison as they approached the entrance, shadows looming like dark clouds above them. With each step deeper into the forest, they felt the watchful eyes of the trees, ancient and wise. The air grew thick with magic, whispering secrets of old. Gilgamesh felt the thrill of adventure pulse through his veins, a force stronger than any sword. Yet, beneath that thrill lay a quiet fear. What if their strength could not conquer the darkness that dwelled within? When they finally faced Humbaba, the guardian roared with the fury of thunderstorms. His presence was oppressive, almost tangible. Gilgamesh and Enkidu stood side by side, hearts racing, knowing they had awakened something powerful. The battle was fierce, a whirlwind of steel and cries that echoed through the ages. Sweat, blood, and determination mingled in the air as they fought, each blow a testament to their bond. Together, they were unstoppable. With a final surge of strength, Gilgamesh plunged his sword into Humbaba's heart. The guardian fell, and the forest fell silent, a stillness that felt both serene and haunting. Victory was theirs. But the thrill of triumph was tinged with a strange sorrow. They had slain a creature, a being who had only been protecting what was sacred. In that moment, the weight of their actions began to settle on their shoulders, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life. Returning to Uruk, the city welcomed them with open arms, their names celebrated with songs and dances. Yet, as the cheers erupted around him, Gilgamesh felt a creeping darkness clawing at the edges of his joy. The gods watched, their eyes piercing, and he began to sense a rift growing between him and his humanity. The reckless pursuit of glory came with a price, one that would echo in the chambers of his heart. Then fate struck like a thunderbolt. Enkidu, his steadfast companion, fell ill, the result of the wrath of the gods, punishment for their arrogance. As Gilgamesh watched his friend suffer, despair enveloped him, a shroud of unrelenting grief. The laughter of the city faded into a haunting silence. He could not bear the thought of losing the one soul who had filled the emptiness within him. In his anguish, Gilgamesh resolved to defy the very nature of existence. He would seek out Utnapishtim, the immortal, to learn the secret of eternal life. With each step, he felt the weight of desperation pushing him forward. The journey was treacherous, filled with unimaginable beasts and relentless trials that tested not only his strength but the very core of his being. Yet he pressed on, driven by love and loss, each moment a reflection of his inner turmoil. The tale of Gilgamesh was not just about a king seeking glory. It became a saga of friendship, love, and the haunting nature of mortality. As the winds howled around him and the shadows loomed large, he felt the pulse of something greater than himself guiding him. Every step deeper into the unknown brought him closer to an answer. Yet the question of what it truly meant to live echoed louder than ever. From the depths of despair to the peaks of determination, Gilgamesh's story was woven with threads of emotion, each strand vibrant and alive. He was not just a hero fighting monsters, he was a man wrestling with the very essence of what it meant to be human. The journey ahead was fraught with danger, yet it was the promise of discovery that held him captive. A flame flickering against the darkness of the night. And as he walked through the shadowed valleys, the whispers of the past danced around him, urging him forward. The call of destiny still beckoned, and the world awaited, ready to reveal its secrets. The path was uncertain, but one truth remained. Gilgamesh was no longer alone. He carried with him the spirit of friendship, a bond that would lead him through the storms, forging a legacy that echoed through time itself. The saga was far from over, and the next chapter loomed just beyond the horizon, filled with trials yet to come, waiting to unfold. In the shadow of the great Palatine Hill, the air crackled with tension. A storm brewed, darkening the sky as though the gods themselves were watching, waiting for the moment that would change everything. Whispers of a prophecy rippled through the ancient streets of Alba Longa, igniting both hope and dread in the hearts of its people. There was a tale, one woven into the very fabric of Rome, that spoke of two boys destined for greatness, two divine twins whose fates were intertwined with the creation of an empire. Romulus and Remus, born of the Vestal Virgin Rhea Silvia and the god Mars, were not merely infants. They were embodiments of the fierce struggle between destiny and choice. Their mother, a woman caught between duty and desire, faced the wrath of her uncle, King Amulius. He feared the power of her offspring, knowing that they would one day rise against him. In a heart-wrenching act of desperation, Rhea Silvia placed her newborn sons into a basket and set them adrift on the Tiber River, believing the waters would be their salvation or their doom. The river roared around the basket, a wild entity filled with both danger and promise. As it bobbed and swayed, hope flickered like a candle in the tempest. The gods were listening, their divine breath guiding the vessel to safety. The basket finally came to rest at the base of a mighty fig tree, its branches reaching out like protective arms. A she-wolf, fierce and nurturing, found the abandoned twins. Her heart filled with instinctive love. What a miraculous twist of fate. She cared for them, nursing them with her milk, fierce in her protection, as though she could sense the power that coursed through their tiny veins. Time passed as the boys grew, their laughter echoing through the wilderness, a melody of innocence amidst the primal landscape. They played in the shadows of towering trees and danced in the rays of sunlight that broke through the canopy, blind to the destiny that loomed over them. But the world was not so kind. As they crossed paths with shepherds, the boys learned of their true origins, the bloodline of a king, the weight of a prophecy that would shape their lives. This revelation ignited a fire within them, two hearts beating in sync, ready to conquer the world. But destiny has a cruel way of testing strength. The twins faced challenges that would fracture their bond and ignite conflict. As they grew, the longing for power began to overshadow their brotherly love. They envisioned a city, a place where their legacy would bloom, and each brother believed he alone was destined to rule. Their dreams, painted in vibrant colors, soon turned to shades of jealousy and resentment, darkening the air around them. One fateful night, under a sky ablaze with stars, the boys stood at the edge of the Palatine Hill, gazing out at the land that would one day be theirs. Romulus, with his fiery spirit, staked his claim, drawing a sacred boundary with his plow. Remus, wild and untamed, laughed in defiance, daring to leap over the line. In that moment, laughter turned to rage and fury filled the air, heavy with the weight of betrayal. The clash was inevitable. The brothers, who had once shared everything, now fought fiercely, driven by the very blood that bound them. The clash of steel echoed like thunder, reverberating through the valley. Each swing of the sword was infused with the love they once shared, a twisted reflection of their bond. Their eyes locked, memories of unbreakable trust flashed like lightning, but the storm of ambition drowned out the whispers of their hearts. But the battle could not end in anything but tragedy. In a moment of desperation, Romulus struck, and his sword found its mark. Remus fell, his lifeblood staining the ground below. A silence enveloped the hill, as if the world itself held its breath. The weight of the moment crushed Romulus, the reality of victory tasting like ashes in his mouth. He had won the throne, but at what cost? The thrill of conquest evaporated, replaced by a profound emptiness. As he looked down at the body of his brother, the heavens wept. The stars dimmed and the winds howled, mourning the loss of a bond that had once shone with the brilliance of the sun. Romulus, now king, faced a city that would bear his name, a reminder of glory tainted by sorrow. Rome would rise, but it would do so on the foundation of a fraternal bond shattered by ambition. In the years that followed, Romulus sought to honor Remus's memory, building a city that would be a testament to their dreams. But the shadows of their past lingered, whispering in the winds that swept through the streets. With each brick laid, Romulus felt the ache of guilt, the ghost of his brother walking beside him, urging him to remember the love they had shared. The city flourished. Its walls rose high, but the heart within remained heavy. The story of Romulus and Remus transcended time, becoming a legend that echoed through the ages. It was a tale of ambition, love, and loss, woven into the very essence of Rome. The she-wolf became a symbol, fierce and protective, a reminder of the bonds that connect us all. As the sun set over the Tiber, casting a golden hue over the eternal city, Romulus stood at the edge of his empire, feeling the weight of history pressing down on him. He raised his head to the sky, seeking solace in the stars. But the night felt empty, an echo of what once was. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but at an unbearable cost. The empire thrived, yet deep within, Romulus knew that the true legacy of the divine twins lay not in power, but in the love that had once united them. And as the winds whispered through the ancient streets, the echoes of laughter and the shadows of betrayal lingered, reminding all who walked there of the fragile threads that bind us together. In the beginning, there was a garden, lush and vibrant, filled with an intoxicating scent of blooming flowers and ripe fruit. Sunlight poured through the branches of ancient trees, casting playful shadows that danced on the ground. It was a paradise, a world untouched by sorrow or pain. In this sanctuary of innocence lived two souls, Adam and Eve, who wandered freely, enveloped in the warmth of their Creator's love. But within this idyllic setting lay the seed of a tumultuous tale, one that would echo through generations. The air crackled with a strange energy, an unspoken tension that whispered of choices yet to come. On the outskirts of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches heavy with fruit that gleamed like jewels under the sun. This was the tree of knowledge, a symbol of wisdom and enlightenment, but also the threshold of temptation. It beckoned with a silent challenge, a promise of understanding beyond the simple joys of existence. Adam and Eve were warned. To eat from this tree was to invite chaos into their harmonious world. Yet the warning hung in the air like a distant storm, its power palpable but unseen. As the days turned into weeks, curiosity began to weave its way into Eve's heart. She often found herself drawn to the tree, its beauty captivating her thoughts and dreams. There was something about it that called to her, a hidden allure that promised more than the monotonous routine of tending to the garden. Adam, protective and devoted, sensed her unrest. He watched as she lingered near the tree, her fingers brushing against the rough bark, her gaze lingering on the shiny, forbidden fruit. Then came the serpent, a creature both cunning and enchanting, with scales that shimmered like silk. It slithered into Eve's world, its voice smooth as honey. "Why do you shy away from the fruit?" it asked, weaving its words with a charm that was hard to resist. "Surely, you will not die. The truth lies within that fruit. You will gain wisdom, knowledge like no other." Each word dripped with temptation, igniting a fire of desire deep within her. Eve's heart raced, her mind torn between obedience and the tantalizing pull of the unknown. The serpent's words echoed in her thoughts, drowning out the warnings of the Creator. She looked at Adam, who was lost in his own world, and for a fleeting moment, she felt alone. What lay beyond the boundaries of their existence? What wonders awaited them if she only dared to reach for that fruit? The day came when Eve could resist no longer. With a trembling hand, she plucked a fruit from the tree, its skin warm and inviting against her palm. She took a bite, and the world around her exploded with color and taste. Sweetness flooded her senses, and for a moment, she felt invincible. The knowledge surged through her like a bolt of lightning, an awareness that shattered her innocence and illuminated the shadows of her soul. But with the first bite came a chill, a realization that twisted the joy into something darker. Adam, too, would taste the fruit, and when he did, the garden would never be the same. Eve, caught in the thrill of her discovery, rushed to him, her eyes wide with excitement. "Adam, you must try this. It is everything we were told it could never be." Adam hesitated, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. He loved Eve, and the bond they shared was pure. But the moment he took a bite, the world shifted. Suddenly, shame, fear, and vulnerability flooded their hearts. Their eyes were opened, but not in the way they had imagined. The once perfect garden became a place of uncertainty. They now saw their nakedness, felt their raw humanity, and with it came an overwhelming sense of loss. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they stumbled through the garden, their paradise now a prison of their own making. The Creator's presence, once a comforting embrace, felt distant, like a fading echo in the confines of their hearts. They hid among the trees, their laughter replaced by whispers of guilt. What had they done? The beauty around them now felt tainted, a cruel reminder of the choice they had made. In the evening light, the Creator walked through the garden, calling for them, his voice heavy with sorrow. "Where are you?" he asked, and the weight of their disobedience bore down on Adam and Eve like a storm cloud. They could not hide from the truth, nor from the consequences of their actions. The serpent had whispered promises. But now those promises felt like chains, binding them to a fate they could not escape. As they stepped forward, trembling and afraid, they knew that everything had changed. The garden, once a symbol of joy and unity, would now be a battleground of pain and longing. The Creator's disappointment hung in the air, a palpable force that threatened to consume them. He spoke of their choices as the earth trembled, and his heart broke for what his creation had lost. The echoes of their choice would ripple through time, weaving a tapestry of human experience defined by struggle, redemption, and the relentless quest for understanding. The serpent's laughter faded into the shadows, leaving only the haunting memory of temptation and the knowledge that innocence, once lost, could never be regained. As Adam and Eve stood at the precipice of despair, they felt the weight of the world pressing down on them. The path ahead was unknown, filled with trials and tribulations that would test their resolve and nurture their souls. But among the thorns of their reality lay a flicker of hope, the promise of redemption, forever intertwined with the lessons learned from the tree of knowledge. And so their story began, a story not just of loss, but of love's perseverance, of the relentless search for meaning amidst chaos. With every heartbeat, they would carry the burden of their choices, but also the understanding that even in the shadows, light could still shine through, illuminating the path that lay ahead. The garden became a memory, a bittersweet reminder of what had been and what could still be. A canvas upon which the future would be painted, stroke by stroke, in the vibrant colors of human experience. In the beginning, there was only darkness. a vast, endless void that stretched across the cosmos like an unbroken blanket. But from this stillness, a spark flickered to life, like a candle igniting in the pitch black. This was the moment when Ra, the sun god, first emerged, his golden light pushing back the shadows that had ruled for eternity. It was a powerful moment, alive with the crackling energy of creation, an explosion of brilliance that would give birth to the world as the ancient Egyptians knew it. Ra rose from the primordial waters of Nun, a swirling sea that contained all potential and possibility. As he unfurled himself, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the darkness, casting shimmering reflections upon the water. The sound of his laughter echoed across the void, a divine melody that hinted at the life yet to come. The Egyptians believed that Ra commanded the sun's fiery chariot, traveling across the sky during the day only to plunge into the underworld at night, where he battled the serpent Apophis, the embodiment of chaos and darkness. With each sunrise, the people felt Ra's warmth, a gentle kiss that promised growth and renewal. But it was more than just a celestial body. Ra was a living entity, a divine essence that permeated everything. His journey across the sky was marked by the shifting colors of dawn, pinks and oranges blending into the vibrant yellows of midday, each hue telling a story of triumph over the encroaching night. In this sacred narrative, Ra was not alone. Emerging from his radiant light came the first deities, Shu, the god of air, and Tefnut, the goddess of moisture. They sprang forth as if summoned by Ra's brilliance, embodying the elements essential for life. Together they began to weave the fabric of the world, each thread a testament to Ra's enduring strength. Their laughter mingled with the breeze, a joyful chorus resonating throughout the heavens. As the earth took form, mountains rose and rivers flowed, the land began to breathe. The fertile banks of the Nile glimmered under Ra's gaze, a lifeline that nourished the people. The annual flooding, a gift from the gods, brought forth crops and ensured survival. The Egyptians revered Ra for this bounty, their hearts swelling with gratitude and reverence. They built temples, massive stone structures adorned with intricate hieroglyphs, each telling the story of Ra's divine majesty and his role in their everyday lives. But creation was not without its trials. Ra's journey through the sky was fraught with tension. Each sunset represented a battle against the forces of chaos. In the underworld, as darkness enveloped him, he confronted Apophis, the serpent coiled in defiance, waiting to snuff out the light. This epic struggle mirrored the very essence of existence, the perpetual conflict between order and chaos, light and dark. Each night the faithful would hold their breath, praying that Ra would emerge victorious, that dawn would break once more. Ra's power was immense, yet he understood the weight of responsibility. As the god of kings, he bestowed his blessings upon the pharaohs, linking their reigns to his divine authority. The rulers of Egypt were seen as the living embodiment of Ra on earth, their every decision guided by his light. Crowns emblazoned with the sun symbol adorned their heads, a constant reminder of their connection to the divine. In the grand temples, priests would chant praises to Ra, their voices rising like incense towards the heavens. They meticulously tracked the movements of the sun, marking the days and seasons, each moment a sacred rhythm echoing through the ages. Festivals erupted in vibrant displays of color and joy, a celebration of life and light, where people danced and sang, basking in the warmth of their beloved sun god. The vibrant hues of the festival banners danced like butterflies caught in the gentle breeze, a living testament to the relationship between humanity and the divine. But beneath the joy, shadows lurked. The threat of chaos was always present, whispering doubt and fear. In moments of darkness, the people would gather, their faces illuminated by flickering torches, seeking solace in the stories of Ra's triumph over Apophis. The tension in their voices grew palpable as they recounted tales of bravery and resilience. "Will Ra rise again?" they would ask each other, a question that hung heavy in the air, mingling with their hopes and fears. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the uncertainty grew. The world, in its intricate beauty, was also a place of fragility. Ra's nightly battle reminded everyone that light could so easily be extinguished. The heart raced with every sunset, a reminder that dawn could be just a dream if Ra did not prevail. The stories of fear and hope intertwined, created bonds that stretched across generations, uniting hearts in a shared belief in the power of light. And just as the final rays of sunlight slipped away, leaving only traces of warmth on the skin, a promise lingered in the air. Tomorrow, with its bright possibilities, would surely come. The people of Egypt would rise with the sun, just as they had for centuries, their faith unwavering. They would look to the skies, hearts racing in anticipation, waiting for the moment when Ra would break the horizon once more, chasing away the shadows with his radiant light. The cycle continued, unbroken and eternal, a beautiful dance of creation, struggle, and hope. As the stars twinkled overhead, a testament to the endless night, they whispered the stories of Ra and the primal forces of creation. The Egyptians believed that in every heartbeat, in every breath, the essence of Ra pulsed through their lives, and as they nestled into their dreams, they bore the weight of his legacy. A promise that transcended time and space, binding them to the very fabric of existence, eternally intertwined with the sun god, Rhea. In the shadows of a flickering fire, the ancient chants of a forgotten time echoed through the valleys of Persia, where the battle between light and darkness unfolded. It was a clash not merely of armies but of ideologies, a cosmic struggle that stretched far beyond the mortal realm. The air was thick with anticipation as the names of Ahura Mazda and Angra Mainyu danced on the lips of the wise and the weary alike. Ahura Mazda, the embodiment of goodness, stood radiant and lofty, his essence pure as the first light of dawn. He was the creator, the architect of order in a world teetering on the edge of chaos. His spirit flowed through the rivers, filled the skies, and breathed life into every flower that bloomed. Followers saw him in the gentle rustle of leaves and the warm embrace of the sun, a constant reminder that hope existed even in the darkest of times. In stark contrast, Angra Mainyu, the spirit of chaos and destruction, loomed like a thundercloud, shrouded in darkness. He thrived on hate, deceit, and despair, a force that whispered sweet promises of power while plotting to plunge the world into endless night. To him, nothing was sacred. He sought to unravel the very fabric of creation, snuffing out the light that Ahura Mazda cherished. The struggle was palpable, echoing in the hearts of the people. Farmers toiled in fields, their sweat mingling with the earth, hoping for bountiful harvests while fearing the blight that Angra Mainyu unleashed. Merchants traded goods under the watchful eye of the sun, but their smiles were often shadows, haunted by the fear of theft and betrayal. Children played in the streets, laughing and dreaming, yet even their innocent games held the weight of the eternal fight between good and evil. In a time before time, the cosmic battle began, a celestial war waged beyond the stars, unseen yet felt deeply in the human soul. Each day the sun rose in a blaze of glory, a testament to Ahura Mazda's triumph, only to be followed by the encroaching darkness of night, a reminder of Angra Mainyu's relentless assault. Each dawn was a victory, but with each dusk came the chilling realization that the war was far from over. The sky darkened as Angra Mainyu unleashed his minions upon the earth, forces of hatred, jealousy, and lies that slithered into the hearts of men. They whispered sweet nothings, sowing seeds of doubt and discord among friends and families. Hearts turned cold, and once bonded souls drifted apart, consumed by the fire of anger and resentment. Ahura Mazda watched in sorrow, his heart heavy for the humanity he cherished. But he did not remain idle. He sent his divine spirits, the Amesha Spentas, to guide and protect the righteous. Each spirit represented a facet of creation, truth, righteousness, devotion, and order. They stood as beacons of light against the encroaching darkness. With every prayer whispered by the faithful, the spirits surged forth, illuminating paths of hope in a world so often shrouded in despair. One such moment came when a humble farmer, weary from the day's toil, knelt by his field, tears streaming down his weathered face. He had lost his crops to a fierce storm conjured by Angra-Mainyu's foul breath. In that moment of vulnerability, he cried out to Ahura Mazda, not for riches or revenge, but for strength. The earth trembled slightly beneath him, and in that quiet moment he felt a rush of warmth envelop him, the divine presence that reassured him he was not alone. A spark of courage ignited within him, and he resolved to rebuild. Meanwhile, Angra-Mainyu, sensing the growing defiance among the people, devised a new strategy. He whispered into the ears of kings and rulers, urging them to seek power through bloodshed. Wars erupted as armies clashed. Where once there was harmony, only ashes remained. The winds howled with the cries of the fallen, and the once vibrant lands turned to desolation. The loss was staggering, yet from the ashes of despair, new voices arose to resist the tide of darkness. In the throes of battle, the courageous souls of warriors stood firm, their hearts fueled by the faith in Ahura Mazda. They fought not just for land, but for the very essence of what it meant to be human: love, compassion, and unity. Each clash of swords echoed the eternal conflict, a reminder that while Angra-Mainyu sought to divide, Ahura Mazda yearned to unite. Yet, even amid the chaos, there were those who faltered. The luring whispers of Angra-Mainyu crept into the bravest of hearts, tempting them with promises of strength and vengeance. Shadows stretched long on the battlefield as betrayal swept through the ranks, turning brother against brother. In those moments of weakness, the world seemed to tilt, teetering on the brink of annihilation. But the light of Ahura Mazda shone through the cracks of despair. The farmer who had once knelt in prayer emerged as a leader, rallying others who had suffered loss. He spoke of hope and unity, igniting a fire in those who had lost their way. The people, once divided, came together, their collective strength a force unmatched. As the struggle raged on, Ahura Mazda's light flickered in powerful bursts, pushing back against the darkness. Each act of kindness, each moment of bravery, each choice to stand against Angra-Mainyu's chaos spun a web of resilience. The battle was far from over, with skirmishes erupting across the land, but the tide was shifting. The ground beneath them trembled as the battle reached a fever pitch. The forces of good and evil clashed with an intensity that threatened to shake the very heavens. Light and darkness grappled in the skies, and the fate of humanity hung in the balance. The cries of the faithful merged with the screams of the tormented, a haunting symphony of existence that echoed through the ages. In that moment, the world teetered on the edge, and as the sun began to dip below the horizon, the fiery clash between Ahura Mazda and Angra-Mainyu ignited an eternal flame. The battle would continue, and the hearts of humanity would forever beat in rhythm with the struggle between light and dark, a saga not bound by time, nor limited by space, but woven into the very soul of existence. The air was thick with sorrow, the kind that wraps around you like a heavy fog, stifling the breath and clouding the mind. It was said that when a loved one passed, the living gathered not just in grief, but in fear. They feared not just the absence of the beloved, but what lay beyond the veil of death. In the dim light of flickering candles, whispers of a place called the underworld danced through the air, and the tales of its chilling depths sent shivers down spines. In ancient Greece, the underworld was not merely a distant concept. It was a vivid reality that haunted the hearts of many. The Greeks held on to dark legends of the afterlife, where the souls of the departed ventured through shadowy paths, embarking on a journey that was at once terrifying and awe-inspiring. Here, at the edge of life's final threshold, the realm of Hades awaited, a place ruled by the grim but fair god of the underworld. As the old stories go, Charon, the silent ferryman, stood at the banks of the river Styx, his boat a grim vessel that carried souls across the waters to their final resting place. His eyes, cold like the deepest winter night, scanned the horizon for those who could pay the fare for passage. A single coin placed upon the tongue was all that was required. Without it, souls wandered restlessly along the shores, forever trapped in limbo, yearning for the warmth of life they could never reclaim. But beyond Charon's ferry, the landscape transformed into a tapestry of shadows and echoes, where every step was accompanied by the weight of memories. The fields of asphodel bloomed in ghostly hues, a place where shades of the ordinary lived on, neither rewarded nor punished. It was in this barren expanse that souls drifted like leaves in the wind, their voices muted, their stories left untold. For those who lived with ambition or passion, there were more perilous paths. The wicked found themselves in the pit of Tartarus, a nightmarish abyss where the damned were eternally punished. Here, the cries of torment pierced the heavy silence, warning of the consequences that awaited those who chose cruelty over kindness in life. Within its dark confines, figures like Tantalus and Sisyphus became emblematic of despair, forever tantalized by their unreachable desires, their fates a reminder of the thin line between life and the unforgiving embrace of death. In stark contrast, the virtuous souls were guided to the Elysian fields, a paradise where the sun shone brighter than anywhere else. Great heroes and noble spirits roamed freely, basking in eternal bliss, feasting on ambrosia, and reveling in the company of the gods. Achilles, Odysseus, and other legendary figures found solace here, but even amidst this joy, a lingering sadness remained. They were forever separated from the world of the living, trapped in a realm of glory but missing the warmth of human connection. Emotions ran high as the living sought counsel from the prophets who could communicate with the dead. The ancient Greeks believed that the Oracle of Delphi, shrouded in mystery, held the key to glimpses of the afterlife. Those brave enough to seek the truth climbed the sacred slopes, their hearts racing with anticipation and dread. What if they learned things better left unknown? What if the whispers of the underworld revealed secrets that would shatter their very souls? Yet, even as the living approached the sacred temple, a feeling of hope flickered like the flame of a candle. There was belief that perhaps the dead could still guide them, offering wisdom from beyond. This connection nurtured a bond that transcended death, lending strength to those left behind. They clung to these myths as a way of confronting the reality of mortality, finding solace in the idea that love could conquer even the darkest depths. The stories of the underworld were not just tales of fear. They were woven with threads of life, loss, and longing. Each myth told of the heart-wrenching love of Orpheus, whose beautiful melodies could charm even Hades himself. His descent into the underworld to reclaim his beloved Eurydice became a poignant symbol of love's power and the pain of separation. But alas, his tragic mistake, looking back, sealed her fate forever. A haunting reminder that some things are simply beyond reach. In this world of shadows, the ancient Greeks sought to understand their own lives through the lens of the afterlife. They crafted rituals, offering sacrifices and prayers, hoping to appease the gods and ensure a safe passage for their souls. They etched images of the afterlife on pottery and walls, depicting not just the horrors, but also the beauty of their beliefs. But even in beauty, there was an unmistakable tension, a reminder of the fragile line that separated the living from the dead. Each passing year, as loved ones faded from view, the living feared what awaited them. The underworld loomed large in their minds, a spectral presence that shadowed their every thought, a chilling reminder that life was fleeting and the end was inevitable. As the light dimmed on the horizon, tales of the underworld continued to echo throughout the ages, inviting each new generation to grapple with the eternal questions of existence and the mysteries that lie beyond. The myths persisted, intertwining the fears and hopes of humanity, creating an unbreakable bond between the realms of the living and the dead. Each whispered legend became a thread in the grand tapestry of life, where the past and present intertwined, reminding everyone that the journey through the darkness was as significant as the light. And so, with heavy hearts and hopeful spirits, the ancient Greeks continued to tell their tales of the underworld, of love and loss, of punishment and reward. They recognized that while the end may be shrouded in mystery, the stories they shared would keep their memories alive, echoing through time, always leading to the next chapter of existence. The underworld, with its shadows and whispers, beckoned, ready to envelop the souls of those who dared to dream of what lay beyond. In the vastness of the night sky, one figure stands proud and eternal, Orion, the mighty hunter, etched forever among the stars. His shoulders are broad, his stance powerful, and even from Earth, one can almost hear the rustle of his cloak as he strides across the heavens. This is not just a constellation. It is the echo of an age-old tale steeped in adventure, love, and tragic fate. Orion's story begins on the rugged shores of ancient Greece, where he was born of the earth, a child of the sea. Legend spoke of him as the son of Poseidon, the god of the ocean, and Euryale, a princess of Crete. From the moment he drew his first breath, the winds whispered that he was destined for greatness. Those who gazed upon him could see strength embodied in his sinewy limbs and the spark of intelligence in his piercing eyes. Yet even the brightest stars have their shadows. Orion's journey was not just one of triumph, but of trials. His early life was marked by a burning passion for hunting, an instinct honed by the wilds that surrounded him. He roamed the forests and mountains, a figure woven into the fabric of nature, befriending beasts that others feared. With a bow made from the finest wood, he hunted with unmatched skill, earning the admiration and envy of gods and mortals alike. In those days, it was said that he could defeat any creature in his path. Whether it was the swift stag or the ferocious lion, no beast could escape his arrow. But with great skill came great pride, and Orion's arrogance began to ripple through the land. He boasted that he could hunt down every animal, sparking the ire of Gaia, the earth itself. It was a declaration that could not go unanswered. Gaia sent forth a monstrous scorpion, fierce and relentless. The earth trembled as it emerged from its lair, its stinger poised for battle. The two titans clashed in a furious duel under the shimmering sun. Orion, confident of his prowess, found himself bested by the cunning of the creature. The scorpion struck true, leaving Orion to fall, lifeless in the dust, silenced forever by his hubris. But death was not the end for the great hunter. The gods, moved by the beauty of his spirit, placed him among the stars, granting him eternal life in the night sky. There he stands forever vigilant, his belt of 3 shining stars providing guidance to lost travelers below. The scorpion, too, was transformed, forever chasing Orion across the heavens, a reminder that pride often meets its downfall. As the years passed, tales of Orion spread far and wide, catching the ears of mortals and immortals alike. He became a symbol of heroism, a figure that children aspired to emulate and adults spoke of in reverence. Yet, amidst this adoration lurked a poignant loneliness. Orion's heart beat not just for the thrill of the hunt, but also for love, and love, as fate would have it, was just as elusive as the creatures he pursued. It was in the fields of Chios that he encountered the beautiful Merope, daughter of King Oenopion. Their eyes met, and in that fleeting moment, something sparked, a connection that felt as timeless as the stars themselves. Orion, who had faced beasts with courage, found himself utterly helpless before the beauty of Merope. He courted her with gifts of soft melodies and vibrant flowers, and soon they fell deeply in love. Yet love, too, can weave a tapestry fraught with tension. Merope's father, protective and wary, had no intention of allowing a mere mortal to claim his daughter. He devised a cruel test for Orion, a challenge that would determine whether he was worthy of Merope's heart. Blindfolded, Orion was sent into the labyrinthine woods to seek out wild boars for a feast. As he wandered, confusion filled his mind. The whispers of the trees seemed to mock him, and shadows danced just beyond his vision. Hours turned into days, and soon Orion found himself ensnared, lost within the twisting paths. His heart raced with desperation, a stark contrast to the bravery he had once shown in battle. When he finally emerged, weary and battered, he realized he had failed the test. Merope, heartbroken, felt the weight of her father's decision pressing down upon her. The love that once ignited the stars now dimmed, a shadow cast over their once bright futures. Orion, too, felt the pang of loss. The universe had conspired against their love, and he was left to roam the night sky, an eternal reminder of what might have been. As the seasons changed, so too did the stories surrounding Orion. He became a figure of both admiration and sorrow, a complex hero forever dancing between triumph and tragedy. His legacy lived on not just in the tales of his hunts, but also in the hearts of those who found solace in the soothing light of his constellation. And so, beneath the blanket of stars, as lovers gazed skyward and children pointed in awe, Orion continued to roam the heavens, ever vigilant, ever searching, forever bound to the dreams of mortals below. His story, like the light of the stars, would never fade, intertwining with the fates of those who dared to look up in wonder, hoping to find a piece of his eternal spirit in the night sky. The tapestry of his life remained woven into the very fabric of the cosmos, an unbreakable bond between heaven and earth, a tale that would never truly end, but instead echo into the next chapter, where new heroes would rise and new battles would unfold, forever entwined in the shimmering celestial dance above. Bifrost shimmered like a vibrant dream, bridging the realms of gods and men. As the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, the ethereal colors of this rainbow bridge seemed to pulse with life, beckoning the brave and the curious. It was not just a bridge, it was a passage of destiny, a pathway woven with the very threads of magic and fate. Few could hear its whispers, fewer still could see its splendor, yet all felt its power. The Norse believed that Bifrost was the connection between Asgard, the home of the gods, and Midgard, the world of humans. It illuminated the skies like a celestial ribbon, a promise of protection, a beacon of hope. Yet, lurking beneath its beauty was an urgent warning. The bridge had its limits, and its colors would fade with the approach of Ragnarok. The end of days loomed on the horizon, and the air was thick with the tension of impending doom. In the quiet of a forest clearing, a young warrior named Ragnar gazed up at the sky, feeling an unexplainable pull toward the shimmering arc. He had heard the tales of Bifrost, of how the brave could ascend to meet the gods who played with the fates of men. As he stood there, a chill ran down his spine. The stories told of the guardian at the bridge, Heimdall, the watchman with sharp senses and a gaze that could pierce the veil of worlds. His horn, Gjallarhorn, would sound like thunder, echoing the arrival of the end. It was said that if one listened closely, they could hear the distant call, a haunting melody that harmonized with the very heartbeat of the cosmos. With each passing day, Ragnar felt the weight of his destiny pressing against his shoulders. The elders whispered of the impending darkness, and the stars seemed to flicker in warning. The village gathered around, their faces etched with concern, eyes reflecting the fear of a future shrouded in uncertainty. How could he stand against the tide of fate? He clenched his fists, the call of Bifrost echoing in his mind. It was not just a road to the gods. It was a challenge, a chance to change the course of history. On a stormy night, as thunder rumbled across the skies and lightning split the heavens, Ragnar made his choice. He would seek the bridge. It was a reckless decision, Yet something deep within urged him forward. He charged through the rain, the earth slick beneath his feet, heart pounding a rhythm of defiance. Each step felt charged with purpose, the air alive with energy. The world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the resounding promise of Bifrost, an unbreakable bond of courage and fate. As Ragnar approached the foot of the bridge, a sense of awe washed over him. The colors danced, swirling in shades of crimson, emerald, and sapphire, each hue a testament to the power contained within. But as he took his first step onto Bifrost, a shuddering tremor coursed through the ground. The air vibrated with an ancient energy, sending goosebumps racing along his arms. This was no ordinary bridge. It was alive, a sentient being filled with the hopes and fears of those who dared to tread its path. Suddenly, a figure emerged, tall and commanding. Heimdall stood before him, eyes glowing like twin suns, his golden hair a radiant halo. "You seek the gods, young warrior," he stated, his voice resonating like a bell through the storm. "But know this, the path is fraught with peril. Bifrost tests the hearts of those who walk upon it. Are you willing to face what lies ahead?" Ragnar's heart raced. The Guardian's gaze bore into him, as if reading the very fabric of his soul. "I am ready," he replied, though doubt gnawed at the edges of his courage. Would he be strong enough to confront the looming shadows of Ragnarok? Would he stand as a beacon for his people, or would he crumble beneath the weight of destiny? Heimdall stepped aside, allowing Ragnar to pass. The bridge shimmered brighter, reflecting his determination. Each step felt like a heartbeat, echoing through the fabric of time itself. The colors enveloped him, wrapping him in a cocoon of warmth and fear. Whispers floated through the air, tales of heroes and fallen warriors, lost souls who had dared to traverse the bridge before him. As he walked, visions danced in his mind. Memories of childhood, laughter, and the faces of those he loved filled his heart. They were the reason he fought, the reason he sought the gods. The thought of them pushed him forward, each stride fueled by love and desperation. But the weight of his task pressed heavily upon him, the shadows of fear creeping in at the edges of his resolve. Then, just as hope flickered brightly, the skies darkened, and a chilling wind swept across Bifrost. The colors began to fade, dimming under the weight of an unseen threat. Ragnar's heart raced. The bridge was warning him, trembling with the approach of something ancient and terrible. From the depths of the darkness, a growl resonated, low and threatening. A figure emerged, monstrous and twisted, born from the nightmares of old, a harbinger of chaos. Ragnar's breath caught in his throat as he faced this embodiment of destruction. The Guardian's words echoed in his mind. A reminder that Bifrost tested the hearts of all who walked its path. Would he stand firm in the face of this terror, or would he be swallowed by the darkness? With every ounce of courage he could muster, Ragnar drew his sword, its blade glinting in the waning light. He was not just a warrior, he was a protector, a symbol of hope. The bridge shook beneath his feet, reflecting the turmoil brewing within him. This was not just a fight for himself. It was a fight for the very soul of his people. As the creature lunged, Ragnar felt the pulse of Bifrost beneath him, urging him on. He leaped, the colors surrounding him swirling like a storm. And in that moment, he understood. This was not merely a bridge, it was a testament to the unyielding spirit of those who dared to dream, to fight, to love. The clash of metal rang through the air, and he charged forward, ready to carve his name into the annals of history, to stand as the last line of defense against the chaos that threatened to tear the realms apart. The battle had begun, and the fate of everything he held dear hung in the balance. In the stillness of dawn, the sun's first rays pierced through the trees, illuminating a hidden glade shrouded in mist. Here, the air crackled with an energy that felt both ancient and timeless. As the morning light danced upon the dewdrops clinging to leaves, An overwhelming sense of connection enveloped the space. It was a whisper of something greater, an echo of the kami, the nature spirits that inhabit every corner of the Japanese landscape. They are not mere folklore. They are the breath of the mountains, the heartbeat of the rivers, the soft rustling of the leaves in the wind. The kami, those ethereal guardians, embody the spirits of nature itself. Each tree, stone, and stream holds a presence, a spirit that watches over the earth and its inhabitants. In Shinto beliefs, these nature spirits are revered as sacred, woven into the fabric of daily life. For the people, the kami are not distant entities. They are intimate companions, shaping their lives in ways both seen and unseen. In the lush forests of Japan, the ancient cedar trees tower like sentinels, and deep within their trunks, whispers of the kami can be heard. The villagers often left offerings at the base of these trees: rice, salt, or a simple cup of sake. Each offering was a gesture of respect, a way to acknowledge the spirit that dwelled within. They believed that the kami could bring blessings, guiding their crops to flourish, or granting them protection from storms. The bond between the kami and the people was symbiotic. The kami needed their reverence, and the people needed the kami's benevolence. As the sun climbed higher, a storm began to brew on the horizon. The clouds rolled in heavy and dark, and with them came a palpable tension. Thunder rumbled like a warning, and the air grew thick with anticipation. The villagers, aware of the kami's influence over the natural world, hurried to their shrine, seeking solace and guidance. Every footstep echoed with urgency, hearts racing as they approached the sacred space. Inside the shrine, the scent of freshly burned incense mingled with the cool air. The flicker of candles cast shadows on the wooden walls, creating a dance of light and darkness. The priest, draped in traditional garments, began to chant ancient prayers, invoking the kami to calm the brewing storm. His voice, steady and melodic, rose to the rafters, threading its way through the flickering shadows. Outside, the wind howled, trees bending in submission to the forces of nature. The villagers knelt, eyes closed, hearts united in prayer. In that moment, they felt the presence of the kami, a warmth that enveloped them like a comforting embrace. It was a reminder that they were never alone. The spirits of the land were with them, sharing their joys and sorrows. That connection was powerful, transcending the mundane. The kami were not just spirits. They were the ancestors of the mountains, the rivers, and the skies, a living history etched into the very essence of the earth. And then, as if sensing the unity of their hearts, the storm paused. The thunder faded into the distance, and a hush fell over the land. The kami had listened. The villagers emerged from the shrine, breathless with gratitude, as a gentle rain began to fall, refreshing the earth. Each droplet was a promise, a sign that the kami cared, that life would continue, nourished by their divine presence. But not all encounters with the kami brought peace. In the shadows of the mountains, tales of darker spirits lingered. Yurei, restless souls that had not found peace. These spirits were a reminder of mortality, of the delicate balance between life and death. When the winds shifted, carrying the scent of damp earth and decay, the villagers would whisper of the kami that could bring misfortune if disrespected. They revered these spirits with caution, leaving offerings to appease them, lest they unleash chaos upon their lives. On the outskirts of a village lay an ancient stone, weathered and covered in moss. It was said to house a kami known for its trickster nature. Children would gather around it, daring one another to touch the stone, laughing nervously as they recounted the stories of mischievous pranks executed by this spirit. Yet they also approached with respect, knowing that the kami's laughter could quickly turn to rage if they dared to disrespect its domain. One fateful day, a child named Taro, full of youthful bravado, dared his friends to summon the spirit. With laughter echoing in the air, they gathered around the stone. chanting the names of the kami. At first, nothing happened and the group erupted in giggles, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ground, a chill swept through the air. Taro felt an indescribable tug in his chest, a connection to something unseen. Suddenly, the laughter turned to screams as a gust of wind roared through the glade. The branches above swayed violently as though the trees themselves were alive. Taro, eyes wide with both fear and awe, felt the kami's presence, playful yet warning. In that instant, he understood that the kami was not just a story. It was a force that commanded respect and reverence. The villagers came rushing, drawn by the commotion, and found Taro standing frozen before the stone, a look of wonder mixed with fear on his face. They gathered around him, realizing that the kami had spoken. It was a reminder that nature was a living entity, filled with emotions and personalities that mirrored their own. The kami's laughter echoed in the wind, reverberating through the trees, a reminder that joy and respect must coexist in their world. As day turned to night, the skies adorned themselves with countless stars, each twinkling light a reflection of the kami that watched over the land. The people felt a deep sense of connection to the universe, to the spirits that shaped their lives. Their stories intertwined with the whispers of the kami, creating a tapestry of existence that transcended time. In every rustle of leaves, every ripple of water, the essence of the kami lingered. They were there, a part of the world, a part of the people, forever entwined in a dance of reverence and respect, a relationship that would continue to flourish through the ages. In a time before time, when the universe was still a canvas of chaos, a figure emerged from the void. She was not merely a being, but the very essence of Earth itself. Gaia, the Great Mother, stood as a towering presence, her form embodying mountains, rivers, and fertile plains. Her breath was the wind that whispered through the trees, carrying secrets only the ancient knew. The air was thick with the scent of fresh soil, and every heartbeat of the earth resonated with her spirit. Gaia was the primordial force of life, the nurturing figure who cradled all creation in her arms. With a gentle touch, she gave birth to the sky, the stars, and the seas, each a testament to her boundless power. But lurking beneath her tender surface was an undercurrent of untamed strength, a force that could shake the very foundations of the earth. As the seasons turned, Gaia's moods shifted like the tides, sometimes warm and inviting, other times fierce and tempestuous. In the shadowy corners of her existence, she bore children who would shape the world, the Titans. They were mighty beings, each one a reflection of her strength and beauty. Among them was Cronus, a son destined for greatness but also for betrayal. The air crackled with tension as she sensed the storms brewing in her own family. Cronus, fearing the prophecy that foretold his downfall at the hands of his own child, became a storm himself, wielding a sickle that gleamed with the promise of blood. Gaia's heart ached as she watched the darkness creep into her home. The battle lines were drawn, and the very earth trembled beneath the weight of her sorrow. In her dreams, she felt the pain of the world, the cries of the innocent, the anguish of the broken. Each child's laugh, each flower blooming in the spring, was a reminder of what was at stake. She could feel the pull of destiny like a tidal wave, and she stood at the center, trying to hold it all together. It was during this time of turmoil that the Olympians rose, heralded by the cries of the ancient winds. Zeus, the youngest son of Cronus, burst forth from the shadows of his father's tyranny, a beacon of hope wrapped in the promise of change. Gaia felt his presence like a spark igniting a long-dormant fire within her. The tides began to shift, and with it came the undeniable urge to protect her world from the impending storm. Yet Gaia was conflicted. She loved her children, yet she knew Cronus's wrath. The earth shook as she plotted and weaved her fate, calling upon the very elements that formed her essence. In secret, She nurtured her youngest son, nurturing his spirit with the wisdom of ages. She whispered to him through the rustling leaves and the roaring rivers, guiding him as he grew stronger and bolder. In those tumultuous times, Gaia bore witness to the epic battles that unfolded. The clash of titans echoed through the valleys, a symphony of thunder and lightning that struck fear into the hearts of mortals. As Zeus led the charge against Cronus, Gaia felt every blow, every victory, as if they were her own. She could see the shades of her children, the titans, folding like waves against the shore of fate, some fierce and unyielding, others softening, torn between loyalty and the pull of justice. And in the heart of the chaos, Gaia revealed her true nature. She was not merely the mother of the titans or the earth itself. She was the ancient spirit of all that lived and breathed. With each pulse of life, she spread her roots deep into the soil, reaching for the heart of the cosmos. Her strength lay not just in creation, but in the ability to change, to adapt, and to survive. The very earth sang her praises, every creature a testament to her nurturing embrace. But as the shadows deepened, Gaia found herself at a crossroads. She witnessed the destruction wrought by her own blood. The Titans clashing against the Olympians, a battle of divine wills. The skies raged with storms, and the earth wept for the loss that would come. She was torn between her love for Cronus and the need for a new order, a new way of being that echoed through the ages. In a moment of clarity, she made a choice that would resonate through the fabric of existence. Gaia summoned the very essence of the earth, the power of creation and destruction that lay within her grasp. She became a force of nature, not just a passive observer but an active player in the unfolding saga of life. With a voice that rolled like thunder, she called forth the Titans, urging them to stand down, to embrace the change that was inevitable. The skies darkened and the winds howled as the Titans hesitated, caught in the tension of their mother's plea. Gaia felt the weight of their indecision, the pulse of the earth echoing her own turmoil. In that instant, she poured her essence into the world, transforming it. The mountains rose higher, the oceans roared with life, and the very foundation of the universe shivered in anticipation. As the battles raged on, Gaia's heart beat in time with the rhythm of the cosmos. She was the eternal witness, the great mother who held the threads of creation in her hands. The sky blazed with the colors of dawn, a promise of rebirth woven into the very fabric of existence. And just as the Olympians began to gain the upper hand, Gaia knew that her role was not just as a mother, but as the heart of the earth itself. Her children, the Titans, would either be crushed under the weight of their mistakes or rise anew, transformed by the power of what they could become. The very essence of life pulsated around her, and with every breath Gaia called upon the forces of creation to reshape the world. The echoes of her past danced in the shadows, and the ground beneath her feet trembled with the excitement of what was to come. In that moment, the line between mother and earth blurred. Gaia was not just a creator but a relentless force of change, urging all around her to awaken to the possibilities that lay ahead. The air crackled with energy, and as the first rays of light pierced the stormy skies, she knew that the tale of Gaia was far from over. It was just the beginning, the first chapter in an epic saga that would reverberate through the ages. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced across the ancient hills of Greece, where myths were born and heroes walked the earth. In this world, a figure loomed larger than life, a man whose strength and courage would echo through the ages, Hercules. Each of his labors was not just a test of might, but a vivid tapestry of struggle, pain, and redemption intricately woven into the fabric of human experience. The first labor loomed ahead, a daunting task that sent shivers down the spine of even the mightiest warriors, the Nemean lion. This beast, with fur that no weapon could pierce, terrorized the land, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. As Hercules approached the lair, the air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of fear and uncertainty. Battling a creature of such ferocity would require more than brute strength. It would demand intellect and heart. Hercules, with fists clenched and resolve hardening like steel, felt the weight of his task pressing down on him. Would he emerge victorious, or would he become just another victim lost to the lion's wrath? With a swift and calculated movement, Hercules outsmarted the beast, using its own strength against it. The moment he finally subdued the lion, a wave of triumph surged within him, even as the echoes of his struggle lingered in the air. The skin he wore thereafter became a symbol of his victory, but it also bore witness to the battles fought within, and the ghosts of doubt that continued to haunt him. Next came the Lernaean Hydra, a monstrous serpent with heads that multiplied with each strike. The swamp was a grotesque scene of murky waters and chilling despair, where the cries of the fallen echoed like a haunting lullaby. Each swing of his sword was met with the twisting agony of the creature. Each head severed an act of defiance against fate itself. Yet, as the heads multiplied, despair threatened to sink its claws into Hercules' heart. Would he be overwhelmed by this relentless foe, or would he find strength in the face of despair? In an unexpected twist, it was his companion, Iolaus, who suggested using fire to cauterize the necks and prevent them from regenerating. This partnership was a reminder that even the strongest of heroes need allies, friends who would lend their courage when the path grew dark. Together, they conquered the beast, but the victory was bittersweet. Each labor was a reminder of Hercules' own human vulnerabilities, a glimpse into the heart of a hero who was as frail as he was mighty. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hercules faced another challenge, the Ceryneian hind, its golden antlers gleaming in the fading light. This creature represented not just a physical pursuit but also a chase for the elusive, the unattainable. With every sprint, the world around him blurred into insignificance. He chased not only the hind but also the shadow of his own past, a past defined by chaos, anger, and regret. The thrill of the chase ignited a fire within him, yet it also left him vulnerable, questioning what it meant to truly capture the fleeting moments of life. Soon he found himself against the Erymanthian boar, a force of nature that charged with an unstoppable fury. The ground trembled beneath its massive weight, and Hercules stood firm, muscles taut and ready. The sheer intensity of that moment was palpable. Every heartbeat echoed the primal rhythm of survival. This labor was more than a test of strength. It was a confrontation with fear itself. As he wrestled with the beast, a realization struck him. Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the will to fight through it. The next chapter of his journey led him to the Stymphalian birds, monstrous creatures that rained down death and destruction with their metallic beaks and claws. The air was thick with their screeches, a cacophony of terror that sent chills coursing through his spine. Hercules had to rely on his cunning to drive them away, using a rattle given by Athena, the goddess of wisdom. In this battle, Hercules understood his own evolution. He was no longer just a brawler, but a strategist, learning to harness the power of intellect and creativity. Each labor morphed him into a greater version of himself, but the question remained, how many more must he endure before finding peace? The Cretan bull awaited him next, a creature as proud as it was fierce. With every breath it exhaled the wild spirit of the island, a reminder of untamed freedom. Battling the bull was not just about conquering, but also about understanding the wildness within himself. He subdued the beast and rode it back to Eurystheus, a moment of glory tinged with the bittersweet taste of his burdens. Hercules was growing, evolving with each challenge, but the weight of his past loomed like a storm cloud over his head. Then came the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses tethered to a cruel king. Here, Hercules faced another challenge, not just of might, but of moral complexity. To conquer these beasts, he had to confront their master. The confrontation was explosive. It wasn't just a fight for survival, but a battle against the darkness that lurked in every heart. In taming the horses, he also tamed a part of himself, one driven by anger and vengeance, and turned it into something productive, a force for good. With the next labor, the belt of Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons, Hercules found himself in a world where strength was not just his own. The Amazon warrior women embodied a different kind of power, one born from solidarity and sisterhood. In this encounter, Hercules not only battled a foe, but also faced the complexities of mutual respect. He soon realized that true heroism transcends mere physical strength. It involves understanding and valuing others, regardless of their gender or background. As he pressed on, confronted by the cattle of Geryon and the monstrous figure of Cerberus, the three-headed guard of the underworld, Hercules was not merely completing tasks. Each labor was a chapter, each victory a lesson, shaping the man he would become. He confronted death, despair, and destiny itself, finding the courage to face the darkness that lurked within and around him. The world watched as the hero emerged not just from battles won, but from the struggles endured, forging a path that would resonate through history. In this vivid tapestry of trials, Hercules' legacy was being etched into the annals of time, intertwining his fate with the essence of heroism. The heroes of tomorrow would tell his tales, drawing strength and inspiration from his conquests. The air was electric with the promise of more challenges to come. And as each labor unfolded, Hercules found himself on the precipice of not just physical triumph, but a deeper understanding of what it truly means to be heroic. The journey was far from over. The next battle awaited, a new horizon beckoning him forward. The sound of waves crashing against the hull of a ship echoed through the salty air, each crash a reminder of the vast and unpredictable ocean. On board, Sinbad the sailor stood at the bow, his heart thrumming with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Every voyage held its own mysteries and dangers, and this one promised to be no different. Whispers of islands adorned with treasures and creatures beyond imagination surged through his mind, fueling a restless spirit that craved adventure. The sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, as if the heavens themselves were preparing for the extraordinary tale about to unfold. The ship rocked gently, creaking like an old man's bones, while the crew bustled about, their faces a mix of eagerness and fear. Sinbad could see the flicker of doubt in their eyes as stories of the monstrous sea creatures and fierce storms danced through the air like ghosts of caution. Yet he felt a fire within him, a burning desire to chase the unknown. Each voyage had brought him face to face with terrors that could freeze the blood in one's veins, but it also gifted him stories that would echo through time. A shadow loomed on the water, and gasps erupted among the crew. It was a giant, glimmering fish, its scales shimmering like jewels under the fading sunlight. Sinbad's pulse quickened. Legends spoke of such creatures, guardians of the sea, protectors of hidden treasures. But as the beast breached the surface, revealing a gaping maw filled with teeth sharp enough to carve through wood, fear threatened to grasp hold of his heart. Yet he stepped forward, feeling an undeniable pull. What awaited them beneath the waves? What treasures lay in the abyss? Suddenly, a cry broke through the tension. "Storm! Look!" One of the sailors pointed toward the horizon, where dark clouds raced toward them like a pack of wolves on the hunt. Sinbad's heart sank as the wind howled, whipping through the sails with a vengeful force. In an instant, the gentle rocking of the ship turned into a violent dance, tossing sailors about like rag dolls. The sky morphed into a chaotic canvas, each flash of lightning illuminating the potently fierce expressions of his crew. "Hold steady," Sinbad commanded, his voice rising above the cacophony. He fought to maintain his footing, gripping the railing as the ship pitched and rolled. The crew looked to him for strength, and he felt their collective fear meld into one heavy weight on his chest. What if this was the end? What if the sea claimed them all? But Sinbad shook those thoughts away. He had faced death before and emerged with tales that only deepened his resolve. As the storm raged, water surged over the deck, soaking through their clothes and washing away any sense of security. The once familiar visage of the sea transformed into a living nightmare, waves crashing like thunderclaps, each one threatening to swallow them whole. Yet, amid chaos, there were moments of silence, brief fragments when the world hushed, and for a heartbeat, everything seemed to pause. Sinbad closed his eyes, breathing in the salty air, allowing the rhythm of the ocean to find its way into his soul. It was in these fleeting seconds that he remembered. He was born for this. Hours passed like years, and the storm finally began to relent, leaving behind a wild, broken sea. The ship, battered but unbroken, floated amid shimmering remnants of the tempest. It was then that they spotted it. A distant island, its outline blurred by mist, beckoning them like a siren's song. Sinbad's heart raced. What awaited them on that shore? Was it merely a mirage, a trick of the storm, or a land filled with unimagined wonders? As they approached the island, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets, while a peculiar silence enveloped the land. With a nod to his crew, Sinbad led them ashore, each step filled with a mix of hope and trepidation. The air was thick with mystery, every rustle in the underbrush sending shivers down their spines. Shadows flickered, hinting at the presence of hidden creatures, and the echoes of past visitors seemed to linger in the air, urging caution. They ventured further into the lush foliage, guided by the sense of exotic fruits and the distant sound of flowing water. Suddenly, a guttural growl pierced the tranquility, freezing them in place. From the shadows emerged a beast, unlike anything Sinbad had ever seen. Its eyes glowed like embers, and its massive form rippled with muscles, a creature born from the nightmares of sailors. With a primal roar, it lunged toward them, teeth bared, and Sinbad's instincts kicked in. "Back!" he shouted, drawing his sword as the crew scattered, the air filled with panic. The beast charged, its presence dominating the clearing, and Sinbad felt the rush of adrenaline flood his veins. He fought not just for his life but for the stories that would unfold from this very moment. With every clash of metal against flesh, echoes of ancient battles rang in his ears, tales of heroes and monsters that had come before him. As the battle raged on, Sinbad's focus narrowed. He became one with the moment, dancing between danger and opportunity. He could feel the surge of his ancestors' spirits guiding his hand, fueling his resolve to conquer the beast. With a final thrust, he plunged his sword deep, and the creature let out a haunting wail, collapsing in a heap at his feet. Panting heavily, Sinbad stood over the fallen beast, his heart racing, not just from the fight but from the exhilaration of survival. This was what he lived for, the raw pulse of life and death intertwined in a dance as old as time itself. Around him, the crew emerged from their hiding places, their faces marked by disbelief and admiration. They had witnessed bravery woven from the fabric of fear, a testament to the human spirit amidst the unknown. Yet the thrill of victory was short-lived. As they caught their breath, the ground trembled beneath them, and a low rumble echoed through the trees. From the shadows, figures began to emerge, tribes of warriors adorned with intricate tattoos and fierce expressions, their eyes glimmering with ancient wisdom. They surrounded Sinbad and his crew, a force of nature themselves, their intentions unclear. In that charged moment, Sinbad realized that this island was no ordinary place, and the true adventure had only just begun. There were legends that spoke of treasures guarded by spirits, and he understood, deep in his bones, that he was on the precipice of something far greater than mere gold. The air crackled with anticipation as the warriors approached, and the tension thickened. Weaving an intricate tapestry of fate and destiny around Sinbad and his crew. What awaited them next? Only the unfolding of time would reveal the answers as the winds of fortune shifted, carrying them toward the unknown. In the dim light of dusk, the village fell silent, a blanket of shadow draping over the thatched roofs and dirt paths. The air was thick with the scent of ripe mangoes and the distant sound of crickets singing their evening song. Elders gathered around a flickering fire, the flames dancing wildly, casting shadows that flickered like whispers of the past. The children, with wide eyes and eager hearts, nestled close, ready to be swept away by the magic of words. Anansi, the trickster rabbit, stepped from the shadows. His long ears twitched playfully, a twinkle of mischief in his eyes. He had always been a storyteller, spinning tales that turned the mundane into the extraordinary. Tonight, he was particularly animated, for he sensed the energy crackling in the air, a need for tales that would ignite the spirit and inspire the young. "Gather round, children," he called, his voice smooth as honey. "I have a story that will make your hearts race and your minds wander." The villagers leaned in closer, the firelight flickering against their hopeful faces. Anansi began with the tale of a powerful king who ruled over a land where the sun was said to never set. This king, proud and mighty, had everything a ruler could desire. Yet there was one thing he wanted more than anything else: the ability to tell stories that could bend the will of men. He summoned the greatest storytellers from every corner of his realm, but none could captivate the hearts of his people as he desired. One day, the king grew impatient. He decided to seek out Anansi, the clever rabbit known for his enchanting tales. "Bring him to me," the king commanded, his voice booming through the palace halls. When Anansi arrived, the king sat upon his golden throne, surrounded by treasures that sparkled in the dim light. "Tell me your secrets, rabbit. I want to weave stories that can make men weep or laugh, to inspire them to follow me without question," the king demanded, his eyes narrowing. Anansi chuckled softly, his whiskers twitching. "Your Majesty, stories are not simply woven with words, they are threads of truth, laced with the emotions of life itself. To tell a true story, one must feel it in their heart." The king scoffed, his arrogance pushing him to challenge the rabbit. "Then I shall prove you wrong. I shall tell a story that will move my people to tears." With that, Anansi watched as the king launched into a tale filled with grand battles and heroic deeds. Yet as the minutes passed, he felt the weight of the audience's indifference. The villagers, once bright-eyed, began to exchange glances, boredom creeping into their hearts. The king's voice grew louder, but the magic he sought remained elusive. Finally, as he finished, there was silence. No applause, no tears, just the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. The king's face flushed with anger. "Why do you not weep for my tale?" Anansi, with an amused gleam in his eye, approached the king. "Your Majesty, you spoke of grand battles, but you didn't speak from your heart. You told them of others' struggles, not your own. True stories come from the depths of our souls, filled with the pain, joy, and love we carry." Frustrated, the king huffed, "Then fine, show me, rabbit, show me how it is done." Anansi grinned, knowing this was his moment. He gathered his thoughts, allowing the stories of his ancestors to flow through him like a river. He spoke of a time when he, a humble rabbit, faced a fierce lion who believed he ruled the forest. The villagers leaned closer, their breaths held, for they felt the weight of the rabbit's words. "I was small, but my wit was sharp," Anansi recounted, his voice rising and falling like the tide. "With cunning tricks I dodged the lion's clutches, showing him that strength does not always lie in size or might." Laughter erupted from the crowd as they imagined the clever rabbit outsmarting the roaring beast. But, as he continued, the tale grew darker. "One day, I found a traveler lost in the woods, his spirit broken. He spoke of his struggles, of dreams shattered and hopes extinguished. I listened, and in that moment, I understood that my stories were not just mine. They belonged to all who had suffered and triumphed." Tears glistened in the eyes of the listeners as Anansi wove the traveler's despair with his own. He spoke of resilience, of the power found in shared laughter and shared tears. The flames crackled higher, illuminating the faces of the villagers, every heart beating in rhythm with the rabbit's words. At that moment, the king, who had once felt so powerful, sat humbled, awash in a wave of emotion. "I see it now," he whispered, his voice barely rising above the crackle of the fire. "It isn't about telling stories to be admired, it's about connecting with others, about sharing our truth." Anansi nodded, his heart swelling. "And that, Your Majesty, is the true power of storytelling. It brings us together, breaks down the barriers, and reminds us of our shared humanity." The villagers erupted into applause, their spirits lifted, and the king, transformed by the power of the rabbit's tail, stood in awe. As the fire flickered and the moon shone brightly above, Anansi knew that tonight he had not only entertained, but had also taught a powerful lesson. But just as the celebration began to swell, a new shadow crept into the gathering, threatening to disrupt the harmony. A figure, cloaked and mysterious, slipped into the light of the fire. With a voice like thunder, he spoke, "I am the keeper of misfortunes, and I have come to claim what is mine." Gasps filled the air as the villagers recoiled, fear washing over their faces. Anansi felt a chill run down his spine, but he stood firm, his heart racing with resolve. The king looked at him, uncertainty etched across his brow. The night was far from over, and the rabbit knew that the true test of his storytelling, and the power it held, was about to unfold. A brilliant flame flickers in the darkness, its dance mesmerizing and wild. With a burst, it ignites the night sky, illuminating the shadows where whispers of ancient tales linger. The air thickens with anticipation, as if the world holds its breath, waiting for the inevitable, the rebirth from ashes. This fiery being, the phoenix, has soared through the skies of myth and legend, bringing with it stories of resilience, transformation, and hope. In ancient Egypt, the sun god Ra stood at the center of this celestial dance. It was said that every sunset marked the death of the sun, a slow descent into the underworld, only to rise again in the morning's embrace. The Egyptians believed that the phoenix, known as the Bennu bird, emerged from the ashes of its predecessor, symbolizing not just life after death, but the cyclical nature of existence itself. Sacred to the sun, the Bennu's song echoed across the banks of the Nile, a reminder that endings often lead to new beginnings. The tears of the people who mourned the sun's descent transformed into the life-giving waters of the Nile, nurturing the land. They believed that every rebirth of the sun brought the promise of regeneration and fertility. In the heart of the Andes, the Inca civilization told a different story, yet one that resonated with the same powerful theme. Their legendary bird, the condor, spread its vast wings over the mountains, embodying the spirit of the heavens. It was said that when the condor fell, it would be enveloped in flames, only to rise again, reborn and stronger than ever. The Inca revered the condor not just as a symbol of resurrection, but as a guardian of the sacred valley. When the mighty bird soared above, it brought hope to the people below, a promise that their struggles would one day transform into triumph. The stories of the condor danced through the valleys, echoing through the ages, each retelling fueling the fires of ambition and perseverance for generations to come. Across the seas, in the vibrant landscapes of Greece, the tale of the phoenix found its place among the Olympian gods. It served as a potent symbol of renewal, with the fiery bird representing the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The ancients spoke of a phoenix rising in flames from its own ashes every 500 years. This majestic creature, with its brilliant plumage and piercing gaze, inspired poets and philosophers alike. They saw in its fiery rebirth a reflection of their own struggles and triumphs, how even in the darkest moments, hope could ignite a spark of transformation. The people revered its cycle, often calling upon the phoenix in times of despair, seeking its wisdom and strength to rise above their own challenges. In the sacred texts of the East, the stories of rebirth took on a form that intertwined with the very essence of life. The myth of the phoenix blended seamlessly with the teachings of Buddhism and Hinduism, where the cycle of samsara, birth, death, and rebirth, mirrored the timeless journey of the phoenix. In Hindu mythology, the sacred bird, known as the Garuda, was said to have the power to rise from ashes and fly through the heavens. It exemplified purity and strength, a divine guardian bringing truth and enlightenment to those lost in ignorance. The Garuda's ascent symbolized the quest for ultimate liberation, inspiring countless souls to seek their own paths to freedom. In the modern world, the phoenix continues to resonate deeply within the human spirit. From literature to cinema, the imagery of a creature rising from the ashes has become synonymous with resilience. It speaks to the heart, echoing the struggles faced by many who fight against the tides of adversity. The tales of the phoenix remind us that even in moments of despair, when we feel utterly consumed by flames, there is the possibility of rebirth. Each flicker of fire becomes a whisper of hope, urging us to rise, to transform, and to embrace the journey ahead. In the flickering light of a candle, a young girl sits, eyes wide with wonder as her grandmother spins the tales of the phoenix. With every word, the room fills with a warmth that transcends time. The girl feels the weight of her own struggles and fears lift, replaced by the flickering hope of possibility. The stories awaken something deep within her, a belief that she too can rise. Like the phoenix from her own ashes into a radiant future, and just as the flames die down and the shadows settle, a soft breeze stirs, carrying the scent of renewal. The tales of the phoenix seep into the very fabric of existence, intertwining with the lives of those who dare to dream. As the sun sets, a new dawn waits on the horizon, promising that no matter how dark the night, the light of rebirth is always just a heartbeat away. In the tapestry of human experience, the myths of the phoenix are woven with strands of hope and transformation, binding cultures and generations in a shared understanding of loss and renewal. The phoenix rises, time and time again, a beacon for those lost in the darkness, reminding us that the flames of change can illuminate even the bleakest paths. As the stories continue to unfold, the air crackles with promise, the flame never truly extinguished, always ready to soar once more. Inanna stood at the edge of the world, a figure draped in shimmering silk that caught the light of the twin moons above. Her beauty was known throughout the lands, but it was her spirit that captivated hearts. She was not merely a goddess of love and war, she was a force of nature, fierce and tender all at once. Every flower that bloomed, every heart that raced in passion, echoed her essence. Yet tonight, an unsettling pull drew her toward the shadowy depths of the underworld, a place whispered about in fearful tones, where the light seldom penetrated. The air around her crackled with tension, a message from the heavens that hinted at trials ahead. Inanna's heart raced with both excitement and dread as she stepped forward, the ground cool beneath her bare feet. The weight of her crown felt heavier with each step, reminding her of the power she bore. Yet there was an undeniable thrill of the unknown, the intoxicating promise of power waiting for her in the dark. The gates loomed before her, massive and foreboding, guarded by the stern face of her sister, Ereshkigal. Inanna's pulse quickened. Ereshkigal, the queen of the underworld, ruled with a fierce grip, embodying the darkness that threatened to consume the light. Here, Inanna felt the delicate balance of their existence, one that hinged precariously on love, rivalry, and a fierce bond that could not be broken. The two sisters, so alike yet so different, shared a connection as deep as the roots of the oldest trees. As she approached the gates, the air thickened with unspoken words. Ereshkigal had long been a figure shrouded in mystery. Her laughter echoing like the distant sound of thunder, her sorrows felt like the weight of mountains. Inanna's journey was cloaked in the challenge of proving her worth, a test that would demand every ounce of courage she possessed. The gates creaked open, revealing a world that swallowed the faintest light. Shadows danced like phantoms, whispering secrets that made her skin crawl. "Who dares enter my domain?" A voice boomed, heavy with authority. Inanna's heart pounded as she stepped forward, unyielding. "It is I, Inanna, the goddess of love and war. I seek to see Ereshkigal." With each word, she could feel the challenge hanging in the air. Ereshkigal's presence loomed like a storm cloud, dark and unyielding. A chill ran down Inanna's spine. She could feel the weight of her sister's gaze, the complex web of emotions that tied them together, woven through love and jealousy. The underworld was a place of reflection, where truth was stripped bare and illusions shattered. The path twisted and turned, an endless spiral that fed her anxiety. Echoes of lost souls filled the air, their wails a haunting melody that tugged at her heart. Inanna had come to understand the depths of love, but here love was a cruel mistress, binding her to the past and the pain that lingered in the shadows. With every step deeper into the underworld, her resolve thickened. This was not merely a journey to confront her sister. It was a descent into her own fears, a confrontation with the darkness that dwelled within her. Finally, she reached the throne room, a cavernous space adorned with the remnants of forgotten glory. Ereshkigal sat upon her throne, a figure of regal despair, her eyes ablaze with a mix of resentment and longing. The sisters locked eyes, and for a moment time froze as their histories collided. Inanna felt the weight of Ereshkigal's resentment. Years spent in the underworld had filled her sister with bitterness, a stark contrast to Inanna's vibrant existence above. "What brings you to the depths, sister?" Ereshkigal's voice held an edge, sharp enough to cut through the thick tension that filled the room. Inanna swallowed hard, summoning every ounce of strength she had. "I come to understand you, to bridge the gap that has grown between us." Ereshkigal's lips twisted into a sardonic smile. "You, the bright star, wish to understand the darkness? You tread on dangerous ground, Inanna." The air crackled as Inanna stepped closer, her heart pounding fiercely against her ribcage. "I am not afraid of the dark. I have faced battles and spilled blood for love. I seek to know what it means to embrace the shadows, to understand the sorrow that shapes you." A flicker of surprise crossed Ereshkigal's face, quickly masked by a veil of indifference. "You enter my domain uninvited, and now you wish to learn my pain? It is not so easily shared." Fury bubbled beneath Inanna's surface. Frustration at the barriers that had formed between them ignited her passion. "I am your sister. We are of the same blood. Is the darkness so impenetrable that you refuse to let anyone in? Even me?" Ereshkigal rose from her throne, the air shifting as she approached Inanna, a tempest of emotions swirling between them. "You know nothing of my realm. You shine so bright it blinds you to the truth that exists in shadows. It is not just sorrow that dwells here. It is power. It is fear. It is the very essence of existence." Inanna felt the pull of her sister's words, the essence of truth laced with pain. She longed to reach out, to break the invisible chains that bound them. The weight of their shared history hung between them, thicker than the darkness that surrounded them. With each heartbeat, the tension grew, crackling like fire in the still air. Inanna felt the stirring of an ancient bond, a connection that transcended the darkness. She understood, with a clarity that pierced through the clouds of uncertainty, that this was not merely a confrontation. It was the beginning of a transformation, a rebirth that demanded sacrifice. Inanna's heart raced as she prepared to step further into the abyss, her essence shimmering, ready to challenge the very fabric of her sister's sorrow. The underworld held secrets that could change everything, and the cost of knowledge was steep. Yet, for love, for her sister, she would pay any price. It was a dance between light and dark, a poignant reminder that even in the depths of despair, hope and connection could flicker to life. And as they stood there, their fates intertwined, the underworld whispered its secrets, urging them forward into the unknown, where the struggles of the past melded with the promise of redemption, and where love would become both their anchor and their liberation. Fire flickered in the darkness, illuminating the rough-hewn faces of villagers, their eyes wide with awe and fear. The old storyteller, wrapped in a tattered cloak, lifted his gnarled hands and the flames danced around him, casting shadows like the wings of the monsters he spoke of. "Listen well," he said, his voice trembling like the very earth beneath them. "For tonight, the tales of dragons will awaken your dreams and haunt your waking hours." Across the world, in lands where the sun rose like a blazing jewel, dragons soared through the skies, their scales shimmering in the light. The East revered them as sacred beings, guardians of the heavens and symbols of strength. A dragon was more than just a creature. It was a connection between the earthly realm and the divine. In ancient China, these majestic entities were believed to control rain, vital for farmers who prayed for fertile lands. They were woven into the fabric of festivals, their images gracing banners, sculptures, and paintings, a constant reminder of their power and grace. Yet, as the storyteller's voice echoed through the night, shadows loomed larger in the west. There, dragons were often seen as harbingers of doom, fiery beasts lurking behind every hill and crag, waiting to unleash their wrath upon unsuspecting villagers. From the serpentine worms in the legends of Scandinavia to the fierce fire-breathers of medieval Europe, these monsters embodied humanity's deepest fears. Knights donned shining armor and galloped forth, swords drawn, their hearts pounding with a mix of courage and terror as they fought to conquer these formidable foes. The clash of metal and roaring flames echoed through the ages, a relentless struggle between man and beast. But even in the tales of battle, there was a hint of something deeper, a longing for understanding, for peace. In the myth of St. George, a tale that rippled through the fabric of time, the knight did not simply slay the dragon. He rescued a kingdom, transforming a monster into a symbol of hope. This was not just a fight against a physical challenger, but a dance with the unknown, a quest to embrace the shadows lurking within humanity itself. In far-off lands, the stories grew richer. Japan, with its cherry blossoms and tranquil temples, offered a different perspective. Here, dragons were seen as water deities, protectors of the seas and rivers. They were respected and revered, their images gracing the gates of shrines, a sign of good fortune. Festivals celebrated their majestic power, with vibrant processions and dances that mirrored the flowing movements of these mythical creatures. Each flick of the wrist and sway of the body echoed the grace of the dragon, reminding all who watched that they were more than just mere legends. They were part of a living, breathing culture that thrived on harmony with nature. As the storyteller continued, the flames crackled, sending sparks spiraling into the night sky. His voice rose and fell like waves crashing against a rocky shore, drawing the villagers closer. "But beware," he warned, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Not all dragons are what they seem, for in every tale of bravery there exists a hidden truth. What if the beast you fear is merely a reflection of your own darkness?" In the West, this idea took root in tales like that of the dragon Fafnir, who transformed into a monstrous serpent, his greed twisting him into a creature of terror. The myth was a warning. Greed could twist even the noblest hearts into something vile. Underneath the glittering scales lay the vulnerability of human desires and fears, a reminder that the dragons of our imagination often mirror the dragons within. As the villagers listened, each heartbeat echoed the rhythm of the stories, a pulsing reminder of their own fears and hopes. The night air was thick with tension, charged with the promise of adventure and danger, all wrapped in the enigmatic essence of dragons. They leaned closer, enraptured, as the storyteller spun tales of bravery, tragedy, and redemption. The tales of dragons were not merely stories. They were a tapestry woven through time, connecting people across continents and cultures. In ancient Mesopotamia, the dragon Tiamat, embodiment of chaos and creation, was both feared and revered. Her battles against the god Marduk were legendary, a cosmic struggle that echoed the eternal conflict between order and chaos, light and dark. Stories of such titanic clashes filled the hearts of those who listened, aligning their struggles with the universe's age-old dance. In Africa, dragons took on different forms, often intertwined with ancestral spirits. Legends spoke of serpentine beings that guarded sacred places, reminding tribes of their connection to the land and their ancestors. As the storyteller weaved in these tales, the flickering torchlight painted images of dragons curling around ancient trees, their presence a testament to the wisdom of generations long past. With each tale recounted, the villagers clung to the edges of their seats, their breaths hitching in their throats, the weight of history pressing down upon them like a heavy cloak. They felt the thrill of heroism and the chill of despair, the duality of dragons mirrored in their own lives, their own struggles. But as the night wore on, a sudden gust of wind howled through the village, extinguishing the flame and plunging them into darkness. Gasps echoed in the void, hearts raced and eyes strained to see. The old storyteller's voice broke the silence, now more urgent and laced with tension. Do not fear the dark, for it is in the shadows that the greatest truths are found. Remember, dragons breathe fire, but they also guard the treasures of the soul. And so, the stories continued, each one building upon the last, a web of connections that threaded together cultures and histories, fears and hopes. The villagers felt the heat of dragon breath on their skin, the weight of each tale pressing down upon them, binding them together in a shared experience. The old man's voice, now a haunting echo in the darkness, promised tales yet untold, adventures that would ripple through the ages, binding past to present and leaving indelible marks on their hearts. One thing was clear: the legends of dragons were far from over. They would continue to soar through the skies of imagination and history, relentless and powerful, waiting to breathe their fire into the hearts of those brave enough to confront their own inner beasts. In the hidden depths of the earth, where the light of the sun can barely reach, a soft whispering echoed through the shadows. It was a sound that carried both beauty and sorrow, a melody that spoke of life and death, of love and loss. Beneath the surface, Persephone, the daughter of Demeter, found herself caught in a world unlike any she had ever known. As the seasons turned, flowers bloomed in a riot of colors above her, a stark contrast to the dark, cold realm she now inhabited. The sun shone brightly, painting the fields in golden hues while she remained hidden away, a prisoner of fate. What could have been mere mortals' laughter above turned into a haunting lullaby for her ears. The vibrant greens of spring and summer felt like a distant memory as the weight of her new reality pressed down on her heart. In this world of shadows, Hades, the god of the underworld, watched her with an intensity that sent shivers down her spine. His eyes were like burning coals, full of desire and longing, yet beneath that fiery gaze lay the chilling permanence of death. He'd taken her from the surface, stolen her laughter and light, and in return, he offered her a throne in his dark kingdom. But at what cost? The thought left a bitter taste in her mouth, a juxtaposition of power and helplessness that twisted her insides. As Persephone wandered through the dimly lit halls of the underworld, she stumbled upon a garden, a place where shadows seemed to flicker with life. The flowers here were unlike any she had known, blooming in shades of midnight and twilight. Each petal whispered secrets of the earth, of life that thrived even in darkness. She knelt to touch them, feeling their cool softness beneath her fingers, and for the first time since her abduction, a sliver of hope pierced through her despair. But the hope was fleeting. Hades approached, his presence wrapping around her like a heavy cloak. "You belong to me now," he declared, his voice a low rumble that echoed through the cavernous space. "Together, we shall rule over the shadows." There was a promise in his words, a dark allure that tempted her to accept the role of queen. Yet, deep within her heart, she yearned for the warmth of the sun, the laughter of her mother, and the vibrant life that existed above. As seasons passed, the world above mourned her absence. Demeter, the goddess of harvest, grieved deeply, her heart breaking with each withered crop and fallen leaf. The earth reflected her sorrow, becoming barren and desolate. The once bustling fields fell silent, the animals fled, and the vibrant life that thrived under the sun began to fade. The people of the land felt the weight of loss, their spirits dampened by the absence of warmth and light. In the underworld, Persephone learned the stories of those who lingered in the shadows, the souls of the departed who wandered through eternity. Each tale carried a piece of their hopes and dreams. And with each story, she felt the heaviness of their sorrow. They spoke of love unfulfilled, of lives interrupted, and with each whispered word, Persephone's heart ached for them. Their lives mirrored her own, caught in a cycle of longing and despair. But there was a flicker of defiance within her, a spark that began to grow. Persephone soon realized that even in darkness, she could find her strength. She learned to weave together the tales of the forgotten, to bring light to their stories and honor their memories. In the depths of despair, a new kind of love blossomed, a love for the lost, for those who had been silenced. As she nurtured this love, she began to change. No longer just a prisoner of Hades, she became a voice for the voiceless. Hades, watching her transformation, felt a pang of something he hadn't anticipated: admiration. The queen he had taken was becoming a force unto herself. He could see how the flowers in the underworld bloomed brighter whenever she was near, their petals reaching toward her as if drawn by her light. This was not the submissive Persephone he had envisioned. This was a woman rising, finding her power even in a place filled with shadows. Then came the moment that would change everything, a confrontation that echoed through the realms. Demeter, driven by her unending love for her daughter, descended into the underworld, her presence like a storm. "Release her!" she cried, her voice sharp and fierce. The ground trembled as the goddess demanded her daughter back, her love shaking the very foundations of Hades' domain. Persephone stood between them, torn. The sun and the shadows were at war, and she felt the pull of both sides tugging at her heart. "Mother," she whispered, her voice trembling, "I have found a different kind of life here. I can't just leave." Hades' gaze flickered between the two goddesses, an unspoken challenge hanging in the air. The tension was palpable, a moment suspended in time where love, loss, and identity collided. Each heartbeat felt like a countdown, the air thick with emotion. Would she step into the light, back to her old life, or would she embrace her new identity, the queen of the shadows who could bring balance to both worlds? As the sun began to set, casting an amber glow through the darkness, the choice lay before her, immense and weighty. Persephone closed her eyes, feeling the warmth of summer caressing her skin, and the chill of the underworld seeping into her bones. In that sacred moment, she understood that she was not just a symbol of life or death, but a bridge between the two. The cycle of life was never merely about light or darkness. It was about the harmony they could create together. The moment hung suspended, a crescendo of emotions ready to explode, and the fate of the seasons balanced delicately on a knife's edge. The world watched in breathless anticipation, waiting for the decision that could alter the course of everything. A lone figure stands at the edge of a quiet village, the first light of dawn brushing against her armor. Mulan, with her long hair tied back, breathes in the cool morning air, feeling the weight of her decision settle onto her shoulders like the heavy metal she wears. The world around her is still, but within her heart, a tempest roils. This is no ordinary day. It is the day she will step into a man's shoes, trading her delicate life for the fate of her family and her country. Mulan's story, passed down for centuries in the rich tapestry of Chinese folklore, isn't merely about bravery. It is a profound testament to the struggle for empowerment in a world that has often silenced women. The tale begins in a time when women were expected to be obedient daughters and devoted wives, confined to the home while men took to the battlefield. Yet, in this suffocating silence, Mulan's spirit cries out for freedom, for a chance to forge her own destiny. Each morning, as she moves through the motions of household chores, a flame flickers within her, a yearning to break free from the constraints that bind her. As Mulan disguises herself as a man, the tension escalates. Her heart races with fear and exhilaration. Every step she takes into the barracks where men train for war is a step into the unknown, filled with both danger and possibility. The other soldiers, gruff and sturdy, view her with suspicion, unaware that beneath the tough exterior lies a heart brimming with courage. The camaraderie they share is intoxicating, but the ever-present threat of discovery looms over her like a sword ready to fall. Days turn into weeks, and Mulan immerses herself in the brutal training. She feels the sharp sting of exhaustion, the sweat soaking her tunic, and yet, with every drop of effort, she grows stronger, more formidable. The soldiers around her begin to respect her, recognizing her remarkable skill with a sword and her unyielding spirit. In the midst of the clashing swords and booming commands, Mulan discovers her own strength. It's a dizzying realization, one that sends shivers down her spine. She is not just a woman playing a man's role, she is a warrior. But the weight of her secret threatens to crush her spirit. Mulan's thoughts drift back to her family, the aching love for her aged father who had no choice but to go to war. Each night she stands alone under the stars, torn between her loyalty to her family and her desire for independence. The moon casts a silvery light on her face, illuminating the tears that slip down her cheeks. In this vulnerable moment, Mulan understands that true empowerment is not just about strength. It is about embracing the complexities of love, duty, and self. The battlefield arrives, and it is more terrifying than she ever imagined. The clamor of swords, the cries of the wounded, the acrid smell of smoke, it envelops her. With each clash, adrenaline surges through her veins. She fights not just for her country, but for every woman who has ever felt trapped, every girl who dreams of freedom. Mulan pushes through the chaos, her heart pounding, her resolve unbreakable. Every time she swings her sword, she feels a connection to all the women who have come before her. Those who fought quietly, their stories hidden in the shadows of history. The recognition of her bravery begins to ripple through the ranks, but with it comes the fear of being exposed. The deeper Mulan immerses herself in this world of men, the more she feels the delicate threads of her identity fraying. She stands at the precipice of discovery, where the truth could unravel everything she has fought for. Each whispered conversation, each flicker of doubt in her comrade's eyes sends icy fingers of anxiety creeping up her spine. What if they find out? What if her courage becomes her undoing? As battles rage on, Mulan's prowess becomes legendary. She earns the respect of her fellow soldiers who begin to see her as an equal, not just a woman masquerading as a man. In their eyes, she is a hero, a warrior who embodies the very spirit of China. But the conflict within her grows. While she has gained respect, she fears losing her true self in the process. The duality of her existence weighs heavily on her heart, like a tightrope act between the woman she was and the warrior she has become. In one heart-stopping moment during a fierce battle, Mulan's cover is nearly blown. A fellow soldier, wounded and gasping for breath, catches a glimpse of her long hair as it slips from its binding. Time seems to freeze as their eyes lock. Her heart stops, and for a breathless second, she fears the worst. But instead of betrayal, he offers her a nod of understanding, an unspoken bond forged in the heat of battle. It is a transformative moment for Mulan, one where she realizes that she is not alone. There are others who understand the weight of her burden, who see the woman behind the warrior. The tides of war continue to shift, and Mulan rises to extraordinary heights, her name becoming a beacon of hope. Yet, with each victory, she grapples with her identity. Her heart aches for the family she left behind and the life that seems forever out of reach. The war, once an escape, now feels like a prison, trapping her in a cycle of fear and longing. The battlefield is not just a place of conflict, it's a crucible where she must forge her truth amidst the chaos of war. With every clash and every victory, Mulan inches closer to fulfilling her destiny. Yet the road ahead is fraught with treachery and sacrifice. The relentless march of fate pulls her deeper into the whirlpool of her journey, one that is not merely about fighting for her country, but also about redefining what it means to be a woman in a world that often overlooks them. She stands on the brink of transforming not only herself but also the very narrative of womanhood in a time when such a concept seemed impossible. As the skies darken and the next battle looms, the stakes grow ever higher. With her heart in her throat and resolve hardened like steel, Mulan prepares to face what lies ahead, her story intertwining with the legacy of empowerment that will echo through the ages. With every step, she blazes a trail for all women to follow, challenging the norms and standing tall against the tide. Mulan's journey is far from over. In fact, it is just beginning, a powerful testament that will resonate through generations. The world waits with bated breath, and the heartbeat of history quickens, ready to embrace the next chapter of her extraordinary tale, a tale woven with strength, sacrifice, and the indomitable spirit of a true heroine. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an ethereal glow over the ancient village, its silvery light bathing everything in a soft, haunting beauty. In the quiet of the night, the villagers whispered tales of balance, of forces that dance together in harmony, drawing from the depths of time and wisdom. At the center of these tales was the eternal dance of yin and yang, an emblem of duality that shaped their lives, their beliefs, and their very essence. In one corner of the village, a wise old woman sat outside her modest hut, her fingers deftly crafting a small talisman. Each twist of her wrist was a prayer, a connection to the unseen forces that govern the world. She spoke softly to the gathered children, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. Yin and yang are like the sun and moon, light and dark, night and day. One cannot exist without the other. They are not enemies, they are partners in this grand tapestry of life. Her words hung in the air like the sweet scent of blooming jasmine, stirring something deep within the hearts of those who listened. As the old woman spoke, the village was alive with stories of battles fought and peace found, of seasons changing and life ebbing and flowing. The villagers recalled the great sage Laozi, who, centuries ago, had ventured into the wilds to seek enlightenment. Under the vast, starry sky, he had penned the Tao Te Ching, a masterpiece steeped in the wisdom of balance. His teachings echoed through the halls of time, reverberating in every corner of the world, whispering of harmony and the importance of understanding the dance of opposites. In the flickering light of a nearby bonfire, a young man named Jian felt the pull of these stories. His heart was heavy with questions, each one a stone weighing him down. He had witnessed the pain of loss when the fierce storms of life swept through his village, claiming the lives of those he loved. He saw how grief cast a shadow over joy, how the laughter of children could be drowned out by the cries of despair. With every heartbeat, he sought to understand how one could embrace life's joys while learning to bear its grief. On the opposite side of the village, the stream flowed gently, a luminous ribbon under the moonlight. It was here that Liu, A girl with dreams as vast as the night sky often came to sit. She believed the water held secrets, each ripple a story of balance. What if, she pondered aloud, the flow of the water is like yin and yang? Sometimes it rushes, sometimes it trickles, but it always finds its way. Her voice was a gentle murmur, blending with the soft sounds of nature. The water seemed to agree, its shimmering surface reflecting her thoughts back at her with a knowing glint. As the days passed, the village prepared for the Festival of Lights, an annual celebration honoring the balance of yin and yang through music and dance. Lanterns in vivid hues illuminated the streets, flickering like stars that had fallen to earth. The air was thick with anticipation, the energy crackling as villagers gathered to share stories, laughter, and food. Jian and Lu found themselves drawn together, their souls tethered by a shared longing for understanding. While the festival pulsed with life, the moon watched quietly, a reminder of the delicate balance between celebration and contemplation. Just as joyous laughter erupted, shadows crept in, lurking on the edges of revelry. A sudden gust of wind sent a chill through the crowd, a stark reminder of the inevitable storms that life would bring. Jian felt it deeply, and in that moment he turned to Liu, his voice barely above a whisper. Can joy exist without sorrow? How do we embrace both? Lu's eyes sparkled with the light of the lanterns, yet they carried a weight of understanding. Every joy is born from a moment of pain, Jian. Just as the sun rises after the darkest night, we must learn to hold both in our hearts. Her words resonated through him like a bell tolling in the distance, awakening a truth he had long buried. The night wore on, laughter and music carrying them through the hours, yet beneath it all lay a tension, a pulse of uncertainty. As the lanterns were set afloat on the water, they illuminated the stream, creating a tapestry of light and reflection. But then, from the shadows, a storm cloud gathered, its presence felt in the sudden quiet that enveloped the festival. The villagers exchanged worried glances, their revelry momentarily halted as they sensed the shift in the air. Jian stepped forward, heart pounding as thunder rumbled ominously above. "We cannot let fear extinguish our light," he shouted, drawing the eyes of the crowd. "Let us honor both the joy and the storm, for even in darkness we can find our way." There was a hushed stillness, and for a breath, time suspended itself. The very essence of yin and yang lingered in the air, waiting for their response. With a collective breath, the villagers erupted in song, filling the night with their voices, a declaration of resilience against the storm. Each note soared higher, reaching for the stars, weaving a tapestry of hope. As the first raindrops fell, they embraced the coolness, letting it wash over them, a reminder of the balance that existed within their community. In that moment, Jian and Liu stood together, facing the storm with renewed strength. The tension between joy and sorrow, light and shadow, flickered like the lanterns on the water, a beautiful, chaotic dance that reminded them of their humanity. And as the sky erupted in a shower of rain, the villagers danced and sang, their hearts united in the knowledge that every storm would eventually give way to the dawn. The balance was not merely a concept, it was a living force, breathing through them, connecting every soul in the village to the very fabric of existence. As the festival raged on, the moon bore witness to this sacred dance, its luminous glow mingling with the vibrant colors of the lanterns, shimmering in harmony with the laughter that filled the night. Each moment pulsed with a resonant truth. To live fully is to embrace the complexity of life, to revel in the joy of being, even as the shadows danced just beyond the light. In the humid air of a forgotten jungle, the sun filtered through the emerald canopy, casting golden patches of light on the forest floor. The sound of distant waterfalls echoed like a siren's song, beckoning adventurers to their fate. Among the tangled roots and vibrant flowers, whispers of the fountain of youth danced on the lips of many. It was said that within those depths lay the secret to eternal life, a shimmering pool that promised to erase age and restore youth with a single sip. The legend had enchanted explorers and dreamers for centuries, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to chase it. Ponce de Leon, a man shaped by ambition and the relentless passage of time, stood at the brink of this enchanted world. The year was 1513, and for him, the prospect of finding the fountain was not merely a quest. It was a desperate grasp at immortality itself. The image of his wrinkled hands and thinning hair tormented him, reminding him that life was fleeting, and every moment was a battle against the relentless tide of time. He had sailed across treacherous waters, guided by tales spun from the fabric of dreams. His crew, a motley band of fortune-seekers, shared his feverish desire, their faces glowing with hope and fear. They ventured deeper into the wild, each step echoing with the unspoken weight of their dreams. The air was thick with anticipation, but a nagging doubt lingered in Ponce's mind. Could such a miraculous spring actually exist? Or were they mere pawns in a game of fate, chasing shadows that would forever elude them? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson and gold, the jungle transformed. It pulsed with life, a symphony of rustling leaves and nocturnal calls that stirred the soul. The explorers gathered around a flickering campfire, their faces illuminated by the flames. Stories flowed as freely as the wine, tales of mythical creatures, lost cities, and the promise of eternal youth. Laughter mingled with fear, but amidst the revelry, a thick tension hung in the air, a reminder that their quest was fraught with danger. Whispers of the fountain had not only drawn dreamers but also dark forces. The jungle, both a sanctuary and a predator, was a living entity, guarding its secrets fiercely. As they pressed on, shadows flickered at the edges of their vision, hints of something lurking just beyond the reach of their firelight. Was it the spirit of the jungle, angry at their intrusion, or the ghosts of those who had come before them, lost forever in the search for the impossible? Days turned into weeks, and with each passing moment, the thrill of the chase morphed into a haunting desperation. Ponce de Leon could feel the weight of time pressing down on him, a relentless reminder that he was not the master of his fate. The laughter of his crew began to fade, replaced by murmurs of doubt and fear. Some spoke of turning back, their hearts weary from the unyielding terrain and the haunting knowledge of their own mortality. But Ponce could not yield. They finally stumbled upon a clearing, and at its center lay a pool, still and shimmering like a forgotten jewel. Sunlight danced upon its surface, creating an illusion of gold. Hearts raced and breaths caught in throats as they beheld this breathtaking sight. This was it, the fountain of youth. Ponce felt an electric thrill shoot through him, a rush of joy that momentarily dispelled the shadows of doubt. But the beauty of the pool was a double-edged sword, for it held the potential for great hope and great despair. They approached cautiously, each step a mixture of reverence and longing. As Ponce knelt beside the pool, he caught his reflection in the crystal-clear water. For a fleeting moment, he saw not the aged man he had become, but the vibrant youth he once was, a glimmer of the life he had loved and lost. The thought of sipping from the pool made his heart race. Would he finally escape the clutches of time? Would he reclaim the years that had slipped through his fingers like sand? As he dipped his hands into the cool water, a sudden rustle in the underbrush sent tremors through the clearing. From the shadows emerged figures, tall and dark, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly light. They were guardians of the jungle, ancient spirits tasked with protecting the sacred waters. Their presence sent shivers down Ponce's spine, a stark reminder that immortality came with a price. The guardians stood silently, their faces unreadable, but the air crackled with a warning. Not all who seek the fountain do so with pure hearts. Ponce's heart pounded as he faced the guardians, uncertainty gnawing at the edges of his resolve. He could feel his crew behind him, their breath shallow, caught between hope and fear. In that moment, the air grew thick with tension, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for a decision that could alter the course of their lives forever. Would they be allowed to drink from the fabled spring? Or were they cursed to wander this jungle, lost to time and the hunger for youth? In the stillness, a choice loomed over them, a choice that would echo through the ages. But as the weight of the moment pressed down, Ponce could not shake the gnawing fear that perhaps the fountain was not a source of salvation, but rather a mirage, a cruel illusion. Did he dare to take that fateful sip and risk it all? The echoes of history surrounded him, the countless souls who had come before, searching for the same elusive promise. Would he join their ranks, forever entwined in the fabric of myth? The jungle hummed, a living tapestry of dreams and nightmares. As he stared into the shimmering waters, his heart raced with the pulse of the world around him. The choice was his, but the consequences rippled beyond his understanding, threading through time and space, weaving a story that would never truly end. The great hall of Camelot hummed with the whispers of destiny. Flickering candlelight danced across the stone walls, illuminating the faces of the knights seated around the round table. Each knight was a paragon of strength and valor, their armor gleaming with the promise of honor. In the center, the table itself was a symbol of unity, its circular shape ensuring that no man was above the other. Each had an equal voice. On this night, the air was thick with anticipation, for King Arthur had called them to a momentous gathering. Arthur, a king like no other, stood tall and noble, his presence commanding yet warm. His heart beat for the land, for the people who looked to him for guidance. But beneath that regal facade lay the weight of his burdens. He had fought hard to forge a kingdom from the ashes of chaos, to unite the warring factions of Britain under a banner of chivalry and honor. Yet shadows lingered at the edges of his vision, and doubts crept into his mind. Would his vision of a just society live on, or would it crumble like the ruins of the past? As he looked around at his trusted knights, each one a story of bravery and sacrifice, Arthur felt a swell of pride and an undercurrent of fear. Sir Lancelot, the bravest and most skilled among them, held a loyal heart that battled against temptation. His eyes, however, betrayed a turmoil that only Arthur seemed to sense. The bond between them was strong, yet fragile, like a finely spun thread that could snap with a single breath. Across from him, Sir Gawain, with his fiery spirit and unwavering resolve, leaned forward, his brow furrowed with concern. "Sire," the whispers grow louder. "The people speak of unrest. They question our strength, our unity." Each word was a dagger, striking at Arthur's heart. Gawain's loyalty never faltered, yet shadows loomed over them all. With a nod, Arthur acknowledged the truth. "We must show them our strength, our courage. We must embark on quests that will restore faith in our cause. We are knights of the Round Table. We are the defenders of the realm." Each knight listened intently, their spirits ignited by the call to arms, even as uncertainty clung like mist. Lance's heart raced as he felt the weight of his own desires, a secret that threatened to consume him. He had sworn to protect the queen, Guinevere, but his heart pulsed for her in ways that made him tremble. The chivalric code demanded loyalty, yet the fire in his chest told a different story. As Arthur spoke of honor and valor, Lancelot fought against the tempest of emotions swirling within him. Meanwhile, the beautiful Guinevere sat among them, her presence a beacon of hope. Her eyes sparkled with strength and wisdom, yet they held sadness, knowing the trials that lay ahead. She loved Arthur with all her heart, but the weight of the kingdom's expectations bore down on her. As she watched the knights, she could see their struggles reflected in their faces. They were bound by oaths, yet human enough to yearn for more. In her heart, she hoped for a time when love and duty could coexist peacefully. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the hall, startling everyone. A messenger burst through the doors, breathless and wide-eyed. "Sire, a dragon terrorizes the village of Caerleon. It burns our crops and sends the people fleeing in fear." The words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of danger. The knights exchanged glances, the tension palpable. This was it, the chance to prove their worth, to live up to the ideals of chivalry that bound them. With a firm hand, Arthur stepped forward, determination etched into his features. "We will face the dragon. We will stand for our people and show them that we are not just knights, but champions of justice. Prepare your steeds and your weapons." The fire of resolve ignited in every heart. They were warriors, bonded by oath and blood, ready to face the darkness together. As the knights gathered their armor, the adrenaline surged through Lancelot. He would fight, yes, but his heart weighed heavily with the secret he held. The thought of Guinevere waiting for him, her radiant smile lighting the darkest corners of his soul, pushed him forward. Yet he could not help but feel an impending storm brewing, one that threatened to rip apart the very fabric of their brotherhood. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold as the knights rode out from Camelot, their spirits soaring yet their hearts troubled. The clash between duty and desire loomed just beyond the horizon. As they reached the village of Caerleon, flames danced in the night, illuminating the fierce battle that awaited them. The dragon, a beast of legend, loomed large, its scales shimmering like molten metal. Fear coursed through the villagers, but their eyes flickered with hope as the knights arrived. Arthur raised his sword high, its blade glinting with the promise of victory. "For Camelot!" he shouted, the rallying cry echoing through the air like a thunderclap. In that moment, the knights surged forward, hearts pounding, breath hitching, fear mingling with courage. Lancelot's gaze locked onto the dragon, a creature of nightmares, its roar shaking the very earth beneath them. The knights charged, a wave of steel and resolve crashing against the beast. Each clash of sword against scale sent ripples of adrenaline through their veins, each moment a tapestry woven with bravery and desperation. But as the fight raged on, Lancelot's thoughts drifted to Guinevere, her face etched in the back of his mind, reminding him of the stakes beyond this battle. The heat of the fire singed his skin, the cries of his comrades filled the air, yet in the chaos he felt a moment of clarity. The battle for Camelot was not just against a dragon, but against the very fears that threatened to tear them apart. With renewed vigor, he fought, each swing of his sword a promise to protect his king, his friends, and the love that flickered in the shadows of his heart. As the tide of battle surged, the knights fought not just for honor, but for their very existence, each clash echoing the ideals of chivalry that had bound them together. In the heat of the moment, camaraderie became a lifeline, and the dragon was but a symbol of their darkest fears. In that fierce struggle, Arthur's voice rang out, unyielding, a beacon amidst the chaos. "Stand together, for honor, for love, for Camelot." And as the knights rallied, the flame of hope burned brighter, intertwining with the shadows of doubt, leading them into the next chapter of their legendary tale. A chill swept through the trees as twilight painted the sky with strokes of purple and gold, casting long shadows that danced upon the forest floor. The air hung thick with enchantment, a whisper of magic that seemed to beckon from every corner of the ancient woodland. It was said that just beyond the next bend, where the gnarled roots twisted like the fingers of sleeping giants, lay the home of spirits that flickered like fireflies in the dark, those who had once walked among mortals and now lingered in the whispers of the wind. In Celtic folklore, the enchanted forest was more than just a collection of trees. It was a living tapestry woven from the threads of myth and memory. Folklore told of the Seedia, ethereal beings that inhabited the mounds and groves, hidden from the human eye yet forever intertwined with the natural world. These spirits were not merely figments of imagination, but echoes of a time when magic shaped the very fabric of existence. They held the power to grant wishes, bestow blessings, or, on darker nights, unleash mischief that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to tread too closely to their sacred domains. As night deepened, the forest transformed. The rustle of leaves morphed into a soft, melodic hum, a song sung by the spirits themselves. A lone traveler, weary from his journey, paused at the edge of a clearing, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him. He could hear laughter, light yet haunting, floating through the air, twisting his curiosity into a ribbon of tension. Legends spoke of the Tuatha De Danann, the ancient race of deities and heroes who had descended from the skies to shape the land. They were guardians of the forest, protectors of the hidden, and whispers of their power sent a thrill of fear and excitement through the traveler's veins. Despite the stories that warned of the dangers of wandering too far into the woods, he was drawn irresistibly forward. Each step brought him closer to the vibrant heart of the enchanted forest, where the air shimmered with a dreamlike quality. He could almost see the flicker of a golden light dancing just beyond the trees, a beacon that promised both wonder and peril. His heart raced, pounding like a drum as he recalled the tale of Aethna, a beautiful spirit who lured unsuspecting mortals into her world of glamour, only to trap them in eternal twilight. Then, in a moment that felt suspended in time, he stumbled into a glade that seemed untouched by reality. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting silvery beams onto a gathering of spirits who twirled and spun, with a grace that defied the laws of nature. Their laughter echoed like chimes in the wind, playful yet tinged with a hint of sorrow, as if they were celebrating both life and loss. The traveler stood frozen, entranced, as he recognized the figure at the center, a tall, regal spirit with flowing hair like spun gold, her eyes sparkling with the wisdom of ages. She was Brigid, the goddess of healing and poetry. Her presence a reminder that even in enchantment, there was a deep yearning for connection. "Come, wanderer," she beckoned, her voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "Join us beneath the stars. The night is young, and stories long to be told." But as he stepped forward, a sudden chill raced through the air, and the laughter ceased, replaced by an ominous silence. Shadows lengthened, closing in as an unseen force surged around him, tugging at his very soul. Another spirit emerged from the darkness, cloaked in mystery and mischief. It was Puka, a shapeshifter known for leading travelers astray. His eyes glinted with mischief, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Do you really wish to join their revelry, young one?" he taunted, his voice a low murmur that sent tingles down the spine. "They'll welcome you with open arms, but the price may be dearer than you expect." With a flick of his hand, he conjured images of lost souls, trapped forever in the web of enchantment, their eyes wide with longing for the world they could never touch again. The traveler hesitated, torn between the allure of the celebration and the warning that rang clear as a bell in the back of his mind. The forest was alive with stories, each whispering its own cautionary tale, the stories of lovers who had ventured too deep, never to return, of children lured by the call of the Shide, forever wandering in the twilight. The magic was intoxicating, but it was also a siren's call, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of an abyss lined with the dreams of those who had come before him. "Do not fear the unknown," Brigid's voice floated through the air, soothing yet filled with an underlying urgency. "For every spirit lost, another finds their way home. We are the guardians, the keepers of stories, and you are a part of our tale." The tension hung thick in the air as he grappled with the choice before him, whether to step into the light or retreat into the safety of shadows. In that breathless moment, the forest held its breath, waiting for his decision. The trees loomed tall, their branches weaving an archway of possibility, daring him to cross the threshold into a world where dreams intertwined with reality. The laughter of spirits wrapped around him like a warm blanket, promising adventure and danger in equal measure. With his heart pounding a relentless rhythm against his ribcage, he took a step forward. feeling the pulse of the enchanted forest surge around him, as if it were alive, ready to embrace him or ensnare him in its otherworldly trap. As he ventured deeper, the shadows began to shift, and the laughter morphed into songs of old, tales of love, loss, and legacy. The forest had awakened, its secrets unfurling like the petals of a night-blooming flower, revealing the intricate connections between the seen and the unseen. With each step, the traveler felt the weight of their stories, and in that moment he understood. It was not just the spirits who were enchanted. It was he who had become part of the very fabric of this timeless realm, where every heartbeat echoed with the magic of the past, and every whisper carried the promise of a story yet to be told. The forest whispered secrets as the sun began to set, casting long shadows that danced across the ground. A young girl stood at the edge of a clearing, her heart racing with the thrill of the unknown. She clutched a small carved figure of a bear, her family's totem, a symbol of strength and courage. In her community, these sacred animals were more than just symbols. They were alive with spirit, guiding and protecting the people through the trials of life. Each totem carried with it a rich history, passed down through generations. The bear, revered for its power, symbolized not just physical strength but also introspection and healing. It was said that when a bear crossed one's path, it was a call to be brave, to confront fears and harness inner strength. In the dimming light, the girl felt the weight of those who had come before her, their stories echoing in the rustling leaves. As dusk deepened, the sounds of the forest shifted. Crickets began their nightly symphony, a backdrop to the tales woven through time. The totem pole in the village stood tall, telling the story of the eagle, its wings spread wide, a reminder of freedom and vision. Every child knew the legend of the eagle soaring high above, its keen eyesight allowing it to see beyond the immediate. When you need clarity, look to the eagle, the elders would say, their voices carrying the wisdom of ages. The eagle lent its power to those who sought to rise above challenges, a call to seek higher purposes. Nearby, a group of boys played, their laughter ringing out like the chirping of sparrows. They wore necklaces made from feathers, each one representing the spirit of the animal that guided them. A wolf's howl echoed in the distance, sending a shiver down the spine of the girl. The wolf was a symbol of loyalty, of family bonds that ran deep. It was said that those who felt lost could look to the wolf for guidance, for it understood the importance of pack and love. The stories of wolves, filled with courage and cunning, were shared around campfires, where shadows flickered and the whispers of ancestors danced in the flames. The girl closed her eyes, envisioning the powerful connection her ancestors felt with these beings. They were not just animals, they were kin, each one a guardian spirit watching over the people. The teachings were clear. Every creature had a role, a purpose woven into the fabric of existence. The great turtle represented the earth, its shell a reminder of patience and endurance. The stories told of how the world was created upon the turtle's back, a tale that grounded the people, reminding them of their place in the vast universe. As the moon ascended, casting a silvery glow, she thought of the owl. Wise and silent in the night, it was a revered totem for many, embodying wisdom, intuition, and the power of foresight. When the owl hoots, listen closely, the old ones warned. It may be speaking of changes, of things unseen. The girl pondered the mysteries of the night, how the owl's gaze could pierce through darkness, guiding lost souls back home. Suddenly, a rustle in the bushes jolted her from her reverie. Her heart raced as she turned, half expecting to see a spirit animal, perhaps even the ghostly form of a deer, delicate yet strong, symbolizing grace and gentleness. The deer held a sacred place in many cultures, representing intuition and the ability to navigate through life's thickets. The girl felt a yearning deep within her to connect with these creatures, to understand their wisdom and learn from their spirits. The night air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and she could almost feel the heartbeat of the forest. Each totem told a story, a record of the land, its people, and their connection to the animals that roamed it. The stories were alive, pulsating with emotions and lessons that transcended time. She thought of the origins of her people, how they revered the buffalo, a creature that provided sustenance and shelter. The buffalo taught resilience, survival, and the importance of community. It was said that the spirits of those who had passed were carried within the herds, keeping their memories alive. Then came the sound of drums in the distance, a rhythmic heartbeat that echoed the pulse of the earth. The village was gathering, ready to honor their totems with song and dance, a celebration of life and connection. The girl felt a magnetic pull, the urge to join in, to unite with her people and honor their sacred relationship with the animals that defined their existence. Each beat of the drum resonated with the essence of the bear, eagle, wolf, and all the creatures that served as guides on this shared journey. Around the fire, stories would unfold, tales of bravery, of love, of loss. The flickering flames would illuminate faces filled with reverence, eyes glazed with the weight of tradition. Each person would share how their totem had shaped their lives, how they had felt the spirit of the animal guiding them through hardship and joy alike. The girl imagined how, one day, she too would share her story, how the bear had taught her to be courageous, how the eagle had offered her vision, and how the wolf had instilled loyalty in her heart. As she made her way toward the gathering, the girl felt the pulse of the earth beneath her feet, a reminder that she was part of something far greater than herself. The stories of her ancestors wrapped around her like a warm embrace, urging her forward. She was not just a girl. She was a vessel of history and a bearer of tradition, ready to carry the wisdom of her totems into the future. The stars began to twinkle above, each one a bright reminder of the spirits that watched over them. The night was alive with possibility, and as she joined her community, the air thick with anticipation and connection, the sacred animals awaited their stories to be told, their spirits ready to guide once more. Each heartbeat, each whisper of the wind, promised that the journey of understanding, of honoring these sacred beings, was just beginning. The circle of life continued, endlessly spinning, with every totem woven into the fabric of existence, waiting to be celebrated and cherished. Beneath the shadow of the Giza Plateau rests a giant stone creature, its gaze unwavering as it watches over the sands of time. The great Sphinx, with its half-lion, half-human form, stands silently, guarding the secrets of an ancient civilization. As the sun dips below the horizon, the golden rays dance across its weathered surface, illuminating the riddle of its existence. Who built it? Why was it created? The questions hang in the air, heavy with the weight of history, inviting the curious but warning of the dangers that come with seeking the truth. Legends whisper of a time when the Sphinx spoke, its voice echoing through the desert like a haunting melody. Those who dared to approach were met with a challenge, a riddle that would either grant them wisdom or seal their fate. The most famous of these riddles, spoken in a voice that sent chills down the spine, was one that confounded travelers. What walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? The answer, of course, is humanity, crawling as a baby, walking upright as an adult, and using a cane in old age. But for those who failed to answer correctly, the Sphinx was not merciful. Many who ventured too close were lost to the sands, their names swallowed by history. As the wind howled around the Sphinx, whispers of the past floated through the air. The stones seemed to vibrate with the energy of the thousands of souls who had come to seek the Sphinx's wisdom. Some came armed with knowledge, while others brought only their desperation and fear. The Sphinx, a timeless guardian, reveled in their uncertainty, delighting in the power of its riddles. In ancient times, the sight of the Sphinx inspired awe and dread. Pharaohs would send their most trusted advisors, their bravest warriors, to test their intellect against the creature's might. Each encounter was a spectacle, a dance of wits between man and beast. The stakes were high. Riches, power, and the favor of the gods hung in the balance. Yet, behind the eyes of the Sphinx lay an unfathomable mystery. Its secrets stretched beyond mere riddles. They delved into the very essence of existence itself. Under the watchful eye of the Sphinx, the sands shifted, and memories of the past intertwined with the present. An ancient priest, clad in linen robes and adorned with sacred symbols, approached with trepidation. His heart raced, the weight of his ancestors' expectations heavy upon him. "Great Sphinx," he began, his voice trembling, "I seek knowledge to guide my people." The stone creature remained silent, its stillness unnerving. The priest, desperate to prove himself, summoned every ounce of courage. "Tell me your riddle and I shall answer." A rumble echoed, and from the depths of the Sphinx's throat came the words that sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. "What is it that has roots as nobody sees, is taller than trees? Up, up it goes, and yet never grows." The priest's mind raced, grasping for the answer, feeling each moment slip away like grains of sand through his fingers. Around him, onlookers held their breath, eyes wide with fear and anticipation. The priest closed his eyes, envisioning the world around him, the mountains, the rivers, the very essence of life. Then, like a flash of lightning, the realization struck him. "A mountain!" he exclaimed, his voice breaking through the stillness. The Sphinx, unyielding in its expression, paused for a moment that felt like an eternity. Then, with a deep sigh that seemed to stir the air itself, it nodded ever so slightly. The crowd erupted in gasps, hearts racing with the thrill of victory. But the Sphinx, undeterred by one small triumph, continued to test the brave souls who approached. Each riddle it posed was more challenging than the last, pulling on the threads of intellect and wisdom, testing the very fabric of human understanding. The air crackled with tension, each participant acutely aware that failure meant more than just losing a game. It could mean losing everything. As days turned to weeks, the Sphinx became a source of both inspiration and fear. People arrived in throngs, some eager for enlightenment, others seeking glory. Yet the creature's enigmatic presence loomed over them like a storm cloud, reminding them of the consequences of their hubris. Legends began to swirl around the Sphinx, tales of those who had vanished without a trace, taken by the very riddles that had lured them in. One fateful evening, a young girl with wide, curious eyes stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She had heard the stories, felt the pulse of the Sphinx's power, but she refused to be swayed by fear. She wanted to know, to understand the secrets held within the stone. "Oh, great Sphinx!" she called out, her voice ringing clear like a bell. "What do you want from us?" The Sphinx's laughter echoed deep, resonating with an unfathomable wisdom. "I seek not merely answers, but the journey of those who seek. Can you hold the weight of inquiry like the sun holds the sky? Can you unravel the mysteries of existence?" In that moment, the girl understood that the Sphinx was not just a guardian of riddles but a keeper of truth, a labyrinth of wisdom, urging humanity to confront the unknown. The stakes were no longer just about survival. They were about growth, about understanding one's place in the vast tapestry of life. With every challenge faced, the Sphinx grew more vibrant, its riddles more complex, entwining fate with curiosity. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the ancient stones, one thing became clear. The Sphinx was not merely a puzzle to be solved, but a mirror reflecting the deepest desires and fears of those who dared to stand before it. The air crackled with anticipation, and the sands whispered secrets of answers waiting to be uncovered, a tension that hung like an unbroken thread, leading toward the next riddle that awaited just beyond the horizon. Beneath the towering branches of Yggdrasil, the great world tree that connects all realms, there lies a well of wisdom. This is no ordinary spring. It bubbles with the secrets of the universe. whispering truths known only to a few. In the shadows of its roots, 3 mysterious women gather, their fingers deftly weaving the strands of destiny itself. They are the Norns, the weavers of fate, and even the mightiest gods tremble at their power. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld. Each name is a thread in the tapestry of time. Urd, the eldest, stands beside the well, her gaze fixed on the past. Wrinkles map her face like the lines of ancient scrolls, each crease holding a story of sorrow, joy, and loss. She remembers every choice ever made, every heart that ever beat. In her hands, she holds the weight of history, the memories of the world that began long before the first humans walked the earth. Verdandi, the middle sister, embodies the present. She moves with a grace that belies her importance. Her fingers are quick, slipping through the threads of now, intertwining moments of joy with despair. This is where life pulses, raw and beautiful, where love blooms and fades, where laughter mingles with tears. She knows the beauty of every fleeting second, how it can slip away like grains of sand through an open hand. Then there is Skuld, the youngest, who stands at the edge of the future. Her eyes glimmer with the promise of what is yet to come, but also with the weight of uncertainty. She spins threads of potential, each one a possibility waiting to be realized. In her presence, hope dances, but so does fear. The future is a wild tapestry, and Skuld knows that within every thread lies the choice that could alter the course of history. As the Norns weave, the air thickens with tension. Their task is not merely to observe, they must decide the fates of gods and mortals alike. Each evening, as the sun sinks beneath the horizon, the world shivers in anticipation. Every being, from the lowly worm to the high-flying eagle, holds its breath. For the Norns' decisions can reshape destinies. What if a hero falters? What if a lover's heart breaks? What if a king falls? With every knot tied, the threads of existence pulse with energy, each weave echoing through time. One fateful day, as the Norns work side by side, a shadow crosses their path. It is Loki, the trickster god, whose laughter is as sharp as the edge of a dagger. He approaches with a devilish grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "What are you weaving today, sisters?" he mocks, his voice smooth as silk yet laced with malice. The Norns exchange wary glances. They are not easily swayed, for they know the chaos Loki brings, the unraveling of carefully crafted threads. "Fates are not for you to toy with, Loki," Urd declares, her voice steady yet tinged with sorrow. "You already know too much of what we weave." Loki chuckles, a sound that sends chills racing down spines. But what is fate without a little disruption? Isn't chaos the very essence of life? His proposition hangs in the air like a storm cloud, dark and menacing. Verdandi, sensing the tension rising, steps forward. "Every choice has consequences, Loki. You dance on a knife's edge and we know the cost of your games." Yet Loki's laughter rings out, echoing around Yggdrasil's roots. "Ah, but without those games, what is your weaving but a lifeless cloth? Let me show you what could be." He reaches into the well, stirring the waters of Urd's past. The ripples shimmer with visions of long-lost battles and ancient heroes, stories crying out to be told. The Norns shudder, caught between their duty to maintain the fabric of fate and the seductive pull of Loki's tantalizing chaos. As he spins tales of glory and ruin, a deep fear seeps into their hearts. What if his influence unravels their intricate designs? What if, in a moment of weakness, they allow his chaos into their sacred space? Suddenly, the threads they have woven begin to tremble, vibrating with new energy. The fabric of fate shifts, colors blending and twisting. A vision appears, a violent storm brewing on the horizon of time. It is a battle, fierce and unyielding, where blood will flow and lives will be lost. The Norns gasp, their hearts pounding as they witness the consequences of choices made and unmade. Skuld's voice breaks through the tension. "We cannot let this happen. The future is ours to shape." Her hands fly over the loom, desperately attempting to steer the unfolding fate away from chaos. But Loki merely laughs, reveling in the turmoil. "You cannot control everything, sweet Skuld. The winds of change are already upon us. Life is but a dance, and sometimes the music must change." The sisters press on, their fingers moving faster, weaving intricate patterns, battling against the chaos that threatens to engulf their work. With every flick of their wrists, they push against the tide of destiny, pouring their emotions, fear, hope, sorrow, into the tapestry. Yet the weight of Loki's laughter feels like a heavy storm cloud overhead, and the air crackles with tension. In this moment, the Norns understand the essence of their existence. They are not just weavers. They are guardians of the stories that bind the universe. Their task is as beautiful as it is terrifying. As they struggle against Loki's chaos, they draw on the strength of their bond, the love they share as sisters, the commitment to their purpose. A flicker of light breaks through the shadows, illuminating the threads around them. The ancient well pulses like a heartbeat, resonating with the sisters' resolve. They lift their heads, defiant against the storm that rages within and outside. Urd, Verdandi, and Skuld, united in purpose, continue their work, weaving not just the fates of mortals, but the very essence of hope against despair. As the Norns pour their hearts into the loom, the fabric of time shifts once more. They are not just the makers of fate, they are also the protectors of choices yet to come. The battle with Loki is but a prelude to the challenges that lie ahead. With every thread pulled tight, they bind their fates to the world above, where gods watch in silence, waiting for the outcome of this delicate dance between chaos and order. And so, as the night deepens around Yggdrasil, the story of the Norns continues, woven with the threads of human experience, echoing through time, forever entwined with the fate of all. Beneath a sky bruised with swirling clouds, a thunderous storm brewed, sending ripples through the ancient trees that stood like sentinels over the land. With each crack of lightning, shadows danced, revealing whispers of stories held tightly within the roots of the earth. The spirits of nature roamed freely here, and the air crackled with a palpable energy, full of life and myth. Indigenous tribes from every corner of the world shaped their lives around nature, crafting myths that explained the unexplainable, turning the elements into characters with tales that would send shivers down the spine. These legends were not mere stories. They were lifelines, threaded through generations, binding people to the land and each other. The guardians of the earth, as they called them, were more than just figments of imagination. They were the voices of the mountains, rivers, and forests reverberating through time. A young boy, wide-eyed and innocent, sat on the edge of a flickering fire, its flames licking the night sky. He listened intently to his grandmother's voice, rich with emotion as she shared the tale of the great turtle. The earth was once a vast expanse of water, devoid of life. The animals above the water looked down and felt a deep longing for a home. It was the great turtle who dove into the depths, carrying mud on its back, giving rise to land and life. With each word, the boy's heart raced, filled with awe and wonder. What strength it took to hold the weight of the world. In another corner of the vast continent, a girl stood still as a statue. Her breath caught in her throat as she listened to the wind weave through the trees. The elders spoke of the powerful eagle, who soared high above the mountains, carrying the sun in its beak across the horizon. This majestic bird was said to connect the earth with the heavens, reminding everyone that hope and freedom were always within reach. The girl felt the weight of its wings, imagined the rush of air as it soared past her. She envisioned being lifted up, free from the burdens of everyday life, if only for a moment. But these tales held shadows too, the stories of the coyote, the trickster spirit, who taught lessons through its cunning and mischief. One night, as the moon painted everything in silver, the tribes gathered to hear of Coyote's antics. It was a tale filled with laughter, yet a tinge of sadness draped over it like a heavy cloak. For the coyote, despite its slyness, often found itself isolated, misunderstood. The laughter echoed through the crowd, but the undertone of empathy lingered in the air, reminding everyone that each being has its story, and sometimes the most entertaining ones hide the deepest truths. As the tales spun and twined around the fire, the stars above began to twinkle, each one a reminder of ancestors watching over their descendants. The fire crackled, illuminating the faces of those captivated by the stories of how the earth was shaped. Each myth shared was a sacred bond, a thread in the vast tapestry of existence. The tears of the rain spirit fell softly on the parched ground, awakening dormant seeds. Through these stories, nature spoke, its power, its fragility, its eternal dance with humanity. In the north, beneath the shimmering lights of the auroras, the Inuit spoke of Sedna, the sea goddess, guardian of all sea creatures. She was a powerful spirit, revered and feared. Her tale was one of betrayal and resilience as she transformed into the depths of the ocean, forever watching over her kin. The icy winds seemed to carry her cries, a haunting melody that echoed through the solitude, reminding all who listened of the delicate balance between mankind and nature. Across the plains, the Lakota honored the buffalo, the great life-giver, whose spirit roamed the vast grasslands. The herd was revered, a symbol of abundance and community. Legends spoke of how the buffalo sacrificed itself, nourishing the people, giving them both sustenance and teachings of respect. With each tale, the connection between the people and the land grew stronger, a symbiotic relationship of giving and receiving that echoed through their very souls. Then came the thunder, not from the storm above, but from the hearts of those gathered. They shared stories of the Great Spirit, who infused the world with life itself. In these moments, the air crackled with anticipation as each person took turns weaving their own experiences, their own truths into the fabric of the night. The stories ebbed and flowed, sometimes soft and tranquil, and at other times explosive, like the very forces of nature they revered. When a sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, it was as if the very earth sighed, reminding everyone of its fragility. The stories of destruction and rebirth filled the air, tales of fire that consumed the land only to give way to new growth. They spoke of the cycles of life, of seasons changing, of the importance of coexistence. Emotions ran high, hearts swelled with pride, and eyes glistened with tears, each person feeling the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices and the beauty of their connection to the land. As the fire flickered low, the night deepened and the stories continued, weaving in and out of each other, creating a continuous rhythm, a heartbeat of the earth itself. There was a sense that these myths would never truly end, that they would transform and evolve just as nature does. Even as the flickering embers began to fade, the spirits of the night lingered, waiting, watching, and always whispering their timeless tales to those willing to listen. Each story was not merely a remnant of the past, but a bridge to the future, a reminder that every person was a guardian in their own right, tasked with protecting the earth and nurturing the stories that nourished their spirits. And so, the tales continued, intertwining with the very essence of life as the guardians of the earth watched over all. A hush fell over the universe, as if every star and every whispering breeze held its breath in anticipation. In that moment, time itself seemed to pause, caught in the thrall of a cosmic dance. The sacred rhythm began, echoing through the vast emptiness, resonating in the hearts of those who believed. It was the dance of Shiva, the god of destruction and creation, who spun the very fabric of existence with his graceful yet tumultuous movements. In the presence of Shiva, creation pulsated like a heartbeat. He stood tall, his third eye glimmering with the power of insight and wisdom. His body, adorned with serpents and ash, radiated a raw, primal energy that was both terrifying and beautiful. He was not merely a destroyer, he was the force that brought forth new life from the remnants of the old. Each step he took sent ripples through time, an eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. The world watched, captivated. The mountains trembled, the rivers swelled, and the winds howled as if they too felt the pull of his divine dance. It was said that when Shiva danced, the cosmos swirled into existence, with galaxies forming and stars igniting in brilliant bursts of light. This was not a performance for an audience. It was a sacred act, a necessity of creation, a balance of energies that governed the universe. As his foot struck the ground, the earth trembled in harmony, responding to the rhythm of his movements. The echoes of his dance reached the farthest corners of creation, awakening the life that lay dormant in the shadows. Flora and fauna sprouted and flourished, colors exploding in a vivid tapestry of existence. Every creature, every plant felt the energy surge through them, a reminder of their connection to the divine. But with creation came destruction. The dance shifted, and the fierce energy of Shiva transformed. Flames erupted around him, wild and untamed, symbolizing the cleansing fire that reduced the old to ashes. It was a beautiful destruction, necessary for the regeneration of life. The cycle was unending, a powerful reminder that one must often lose to gain. The tension in the air crackled like a storm ready to break, a thrilling mixture of fear and awe. Behind the luminous glow of his presence, the world trembled on the brink of chaos. The demons of ignorance and material attachment lurked in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to engulf the earth in darkness. But Shiva, with his dance, cut through the ignorance like a blade, illuminating the paths of the lost. His movements were furious and fierce, embodying the eternal struggle between light and dark, truth and illusion. In the chaos, a melody emerged, a sound so profound that it stirred the souls of the divine as well as the mortal. The damru, a small drum, was the heartbeat of the universe, its beat reverberating in every atom of creation. With each strike it reminded all of their origins, of the divine within. The celestial beings, gods and goddesses, angels and spirits joined the dance, their joy intermingling with the sorrow of the earth. Together they spun a tapestry of existence, woven with threads of fate, desire, and destiny. As the dance reached its crescendo, Shiva's cosmic energy pulsed stronger, and for a moment, the fabric of reality shimmered. All beings could feel the weight of existence draw upon their shoulders, the burden of life and death intertwining like dancers locked in a passionate embrace. His actions called forth the elements, fire, water, air, and earth, each responding in reverence to their creator. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and the oceans surged, mirroring the intensity of his movements. Yet amidst the chaos, there was a calm, a moment of reflection caught within the turmoil. Shiva paused, his limbs extended mid-motion, embodying the stillness that lay at the heart of all creation. In that silence, the essence of the universe whispered its secrets, and the onlookers felt their hearts align with the eternal truth. Life was fleeting, yet the spirit endured, a testament to the divine dance that continued through infinity. It was a fragile beauty, a reminder of the delicate balance between joy and suffering. The dance of Shiva was not just about destruction. It was a celebration of life, a call to embrace every moment with fervor and passion. The audience felt a stirring within, a deep yearning to understand their place within this grand cosmic drama. They were not merely spectators, they were participants in the dance of existence, each step contributing to the rhythm of life. As the dance began to slow, the air shimmered with the energy of potential. Creation hung in the balance, poised on the precipice of new beginnings. The earth exhaled, releasing the tension built up during the cosmic spectacle. The energy shifted, morphing from overwhelming chaos to serene potential. Each being sensed it, a palpable promise that something new was on the horizon. And just as the last echoes of the Damru faded into the cosmos, a new story began to emerge. One that would intertwine with the threads of Shiva's eternal dance, weaving together the myriad experiences of life, love, and learning. The cycle continued, an unbroken chain of existence, where each moment offered a chance to join the rhythm of creation, to participate in the eternal dance anew. The universe awaited, preparing for the next chapter in the story of life, love, and the divine. In the dim light of dawn, where shadows danced across ancient stone, the Olmec people gathered to hear the whispers of creation, their hearts beating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. The air thickened with expectation, a palpable energy crackling like the sky before a storm. In this sacred space, tales of gods and serpents intertwined, a tapestry woven from the very fibers of life itself. Legend spoke of the feathered serpent, a magnificent being adorned with iridescent plumes, who soared through the heavens, embodying the duality of life and death. His essence echoed in the rustle of leaves, in the ripple of water, and in the fire that flickered in their hearts. The Olmecs believed he was a creator, a harbinger of change, whose scales shimmered with the promise of new beginnings. With each word that flowed from the lips of the storyteller, the crowd leaned closer, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. The tale began long before time as they knew it, with a darkness so profound that it swallowed the stars. It was in this void that the feathered serpent emerged, a radiant light piercing the night. He stretched out his wings, and with a powerful beat, he breathed life into everything around him. The mountains rose, the rivers carved their paths, and the forests flourished, each pulse of creation resonating with the heartbeat of the world. But the beauty of creation was not without challenge. The Olmecs spoke of the trials faced by the feathered serpent, who had to confront the chaos and darkness that threatened to consume the earth. As he soared, he encountered the jaguar, a fierce beast representing raw power and untamed wildness. Their clash was thunderous. The sky rumbled with their struggle. Yet, it was not through violence alone that harmony was achieved. The feathered serpent danced gracefully, weaving around the jaguar with the rhythm of his vibrant plumage. In this dance, he taught the jaguar the essence of balance, showing that strength lies not just in might, but in understanding. With every twist and turn of the tale, the crowd felt the weight of the feathered serpent's journey. Tears shimmered in the eyes of the elders as they recalled the moment when he transformed himself, shedding his feathers to become one with the earth. In doing so, he brought forth the first humans, shaped from clay, gifted with breath and spirit. The Olmec believed these beings carried within them a piece of the feathered serpent, a reminder of their divine origin and the connection to the cosmos. As the storyteller's voice rose and fell like the tide, the listeners were transported to the sacred moments of creation. They envisioned the first sunrise, the golden light spilling across the land, illuminating the faces of the newly born. Joy erupted like a volcano, filling every heart with hope. Yet there lingered an undercurrent of fear. What if the darkness returned? What if the jaguar unleashed its fury once more? The tension in the air grew thick, and a gasp escaped the lips of many as the tale took a darker turn. The feathered serpent, in his quest to preserve balance, ventured into the underworld. There, he confronted the gods of death, who sought to reclaim the lives he had brought forth. The very fabric of existence trembled as he pleaded for the lives of his creations. His voice echoed through the caverns, laden with raw emotion, a mixture of despair and determination. The darkness loomed, a suffocating cloak, but the feathered serpent stood tall, embodying the spirit of resilience. In a climactic moment, the gods of death, swayed by his unwavering spirit, agreed to a pact, a delicate balance between life and death. The Olmec drew in their breath, the weight of the moment anchoring them to their seats. The feathered serpent, with the wisdom of the ages, accepted that death must exist for life to flourish. In this surrender, he transformed once again, his essence merging with the earth, becoming the very soil from which crops would rise. As tales of creation spilled forth, stories intertwined, and the Olmec saw glimpses of their own lives reflected in the struggles and triumphs of the feathered serpent. They felt the warmth of the sun, the caress of the wind, and the chill of the night, all gifts bestowed by the ever-watchful deity. The realization sank deep within them. They were not mere observers but participants in the sacred cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The fire crackled, sending sparks into the night sky, each one a prayer soaring to the heavens. Eyes glistened with unspoken dreams, fears, and hopes. The rhythm of the story quickened, carrying the listeners to the very edge of their emotions. What awaited them in the shadows? Would they embrace the gifts of the feathered serpent, or would they fear the darkness that lurked beyond the light? And just as the storyteller prepared to unveil the next chapter, a sudden gust of wind swept through the gathering, extinguishing the flames and plunging the world into darkness. Gasps echoed, hearts raced, and a sense of foreboding unfurled like a dark cloud on the horizon. The Olmecs felt their connection to the feathered serpent tugging at them, a bond that could not be severed. In that moment of uncertainty, the ancient tales pressed upon them, urging them to remember that creation and chaos are inseparable, entwined in a dance as old as time itself. As they huddled together, the darkness speaking in hushed tones. The story was far from over. In the silence that followed, the echoes of the feathered serpent's legacy lingered, weaving a tapestry of hope and fear, light and shadow. A reminder that the journey of creation was a continuous flow, leading them into the unknown, where every heartbeat carried the promise of new beginnings. The ancient land lay cradled in the arms of the vast sky, where the sun painted the horizon in hues of orange and gold. It was a time before time, a moment suspended in the breath of creation. Here, the murmurs of the earth spoke through the rustling leaves and the whispers of the wind, telling tales of a universe woven together by the thoughts of the dreamtime. The night sky sparkled with countless stars, each a storyteller, each a witness to the sacred truths that formed the very fabric of existence. In the beginning, when the world was still a canvas, spirits stirred in the eternal void, their essence rippling like water disturbed by a gentle breeze. The great beings emerged, known by many names but unified in their purpose. Bayame, the Sky Father, stretched his arms across the heavens, his eyes shining like twin beacons of light. With each breath he took, mountains rose, valleys carved, and rivers flowed. He sang the first notes of creation, a melody that resonated through the cosmos, setting the stage for all that was to come. As Bayame sang, the earth itself began to awaken. The dreamtime was alive with creation, where ancestors took shape in the form of animals, plants, and the very elements of nature. Tadalik the frog, with his enormous belly, drank all the water from the land, leaving it parched and lifeless. The other creatures gathered in a desperate plea, their voices rising in a chorus of urgency. It was a song of survival, a hymn that echoed the struggles of life itself. Their determination stirred Tidalik from his slumber, leading him to release the water in a magnificent burst of laughter. The land rejoiced, and life sprang forth anew, a reminder of the delicate balance of existence. Yet not all stories in the dreamtime were spun from joy. The tale of the seven sisters lingered in the air like a haunting melody, a cautionary tale woven into the very spirit of the night. The sisters, known as the Pleiades, danced across the sky, their laughter a sweet sound that echoed through the valleys. But their freedom caught the eye of the great hunter, who chased them across the cosmos. The sisters ran, their hearts pounding like the drums of the earth, seeking solace among the stars. In the end, they became constellations, forever escaping the grasp of the hunter, a testament to the strength of sisterhood and the power of resilience. In the embrace of the dreamtime, every creature, every stone and every whisper of the wind held a story. The rainbow serpent slithered through the heart of the land, carving rivers and shaping the contours of the earth. She was both a creator and a destroyer, embodying the forces of nature itself. When angered, she unleashed storms that roared through the skies, while in her calm moments, she brought forth life and abundance. The people revered her, understanding that she was part of them, and they were part of her, a circle unbroken. And then there was the tale of the emu, a story of pride and consequence. Eager to soar through the skies, the emu reached for the stars, believing he could fly. His folly led to a great fall, a crash that scattered his feathers across the land. The people laughed and mourned together, a reminder that aspirations can sometimes lead to unexpected outcomes. Yet, from that laughter, a bond was forged, a unity that resonated in the hearts of all who shared the land. As the firelight flickered and danced, the stories wove a tapestry of connection among the gathered people. Elders spoke with reverence, their voices carrying the weight of history, while children listened wide-eyed, their imaginations ignited. The songs of the universe wrapped around them, creating an invisible thread that bound them to their ancestors and to each other. The ancestors were not just memories, they were living entities, present in the stories, guiding the steps of the younger generations. With each retelling, the myths transformed, but their essence remained untouched. They were alive, breathing alongside the people, shaping their identity, their morals, their understanding of the world. The stars above flickered more brightly as if in approval, as the stories danced through the night air, igniting a flame of connection that could never be extinguished. The wind carried the songs across the landscape, merging with the rustling leaves and the call of the night creatures. The very fabric of the universe vibrated with the emotions of creation, destruction, love, and loss. In this sacred space, the past and the present intertwined, creating a continuum of existence that echoed through time. Each person present felt the weight of their lineage, the shared heartbeat of a people who had walked upon this land for tens of thousands of years. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the gathering, a profound silence enveloped the night. All hearts beat as one, reverberating with the rhythm of the universe. The stories of creation were not merely tales, they were the essence of life itself, a reflection of the deep connection between the people and their land. They were the songs that sang through the valleys, the melodies that drifted with the clouds, reminding everyone that they were part of something larger than themselves. In that moment, as the last notes of the stories echoed into the twilight, eyes gleamed with understanding and hope. The Song of the Universe was not just a collection of myths. It was a living testament to resilience, identity, and the unbreakable bond that tied them to their ancestors and the earth beneath their feet. The night carried on, alive with the spirit of the dreamtime, an eternal dance of creation and connection, as the stars twinkled above, each one a keeper of secrets, a witness to the song that would never cease. In the shadow of ancient Babylon, where the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of orange and crimson, two hearts beat as one, hidden from the world. Pyramus, with his striking features and fiery spirit, longed for Thisbe, a girl whose beauty rivaled the dawn. Their love was a flame, fierce and consuming, yet it flickered in the dark, a secret that society would never accept. The wall that separated their homes stood as a relentless barrier, mocking their yearning. Each night, as the stars twinkled above like distant dreams, Pyramus and Thisbe whispered sweet nothings through the narrow crack in the wall that divided their worlds. They were children of opposing families, destined to be enemies. Yet their hearts wove a bond so strong that no cruel fate could tear them apart. The thrill of their forbidden love sent shivers down their spines, igniting a passion that felt like fire against their skin. As Pyramus listened to Thisbe's soft voice, he felt the weight of the world lifting from his shoulders. "Meet me by the mulberry tree," she breathed, her words a tender promise. The tree stood outside the city walls, its branches reaching out like arms in an embrace. It was there, under its canopy of leaves, that their destinies would intertwine, a place where no one could hear their laughter or see their love. Yet, a chill hung in the air, an omen that the night might not end as they hoped. Pyramus, with each passing moment, felt the shadows grow longer, a sign that fate could be as fickle as a breeze. Thisbe, ever the dreamer, remained blissfully unaware of the storm brewing just beyond their secret world. When the night finally came, Pyramus's heart raced like a wild stallion. He slipped away from his home, each step echoing the pounding of his heart. The moon shone bright, illuminating his path as he reached the mulberry tree, breathless and hopeful. But the scene that unfolded before his eyes sent icy tendrils of despair curling around his heart. There, beneath the tree, lay Thisbe's veil, stained with blood, left behind in a frantic escape. A lion, fierce and primal, had crossed her path as she fled. He had torn through her garments, leaving destruction in his wake, and now the very fabric of their love seemed to unravel. A gasp escaped Pyramus's lips, and dread filled his soul. He fell to his knees, the world around him spinning. Oh, Thisbe, how could this happen? His voice broke, raw with anguish. The thought of life without her was unbearable, a void that threatened to swallow him whole. In despair, he picked up the veil, its soft texture now a chilling reminder of what had been lost. Driven by grief and love, Pyramus drew his sword, its blade glinting under the moonlight. "If I cannot have you, then I shall join you in death," he declared, choking on tears. He thrust the sword into his heart, a cruel act of devotion, as if the pain would somehow bridge the chasm between their souls. With each heartbeat, the life drained from him, leaving behind only the echo of their laughter and dreams left unfulfilled. But fate was not finished weaving its tragic tapestry. Thisbe, having escaped the lion's grasp, returned to the tree, her heart filled with hope. "Pyramus!" she called, her voice trembling with excitement. Yet the silence that answered felt like a death knell. She raced to the mulberry tree, dread creeping into her heart like a dark shadow. The sight that met her eyes was more than she could bear. There lay Pyramus, lifeless, surrounded by shadows that seemed to mock their love. Thisbe's world shattered in an instant, her heart breaking into a million pieces. "Oh, my love!" she cried, falling to her knees beside him, cradling his head in her lap. The veil, once a symbol of their secret love, now bore witness to their tragic fate. As tears streamed down her cheeks, she could feel the warmth of his last breath fading away. "I cannot live without you," she whispered through her sobs, her heart aching with a pain so deep it pierced her soul. In despair, she took the same sword that had ended his life and turned it upon herself, a final act of love, a desperate attempt to reunite with him in the afterlife. The blades clashed, and in an instant, she too fell, her lifeblood mingling with the earth beneath the mulberry tree. It was a gruesome union, a testament to love that defied even death. The tree, once green and vibrant, now bore fruit stained with their sorrow, the berries turning dark in mourning. In that moment, the heavens wept. The gods, who had watched with indifference, now turned their eyes away in shame. Their love, ignited in passion and extinguished in tragedy, echoed through time. The story of Pyramus and Thisbe would live on, passed down through whispers, a tragic reminder of love's power and fragility. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the mulberry tree stood tall, its branches reaching out like a silent witness to their story. The world would continue to turn, yet the hearts that were lost beneath its shade would forever linger, a timeless tale of love and loss. In the distance, the sun began to rise, illuminating the path of those who would follow in their footsteps. Lovers, dreamers, and souls forever bound by the threads of fate. What was left behind was not merely a tale of despair, but a haunting echo of passion that transcended the barriers of life and death, an unending loop of longing that would resonate through the ages. The air was thick with an unsettling silence, a silence that felt almost alive, vibrating with the unspoken fears and whispers of ancient tales. Shadows danced along the walls of a dark labyrinth, twisting and turning like the thoughts of a troubled mind. Somewhere, lost in the maze, a monstrous figure awaited. The Minotaur, a creature of myth, stirred restlessly within its prison of stone and confusion, embodying both terror and tragedy. In the echoes of history, the Minotaur was born from a nightmarish union, a grotesque child of Queen Pasiphae and a majestic bull sent by Poseidon. This was no ordinary creature. It was a symbol of chaos, a being caught between two worlds, flesh and beast. With the body of a man and the head of a bull, it prowled the labyrinth crafted by the ingenious architect Daedalus, a complex web of corridors designed to confuse even the sharpest minds. The walls of the labyrinth stood high and unforgiving, each turn leading deeper into the dark heart of mystery. As one wandered through the twisting paths, the air seemed to grow heavier, thick with the scent of fear and despair. The Minotaur, with its keen senses, could feel the heartbeat of anyone who dared to enter. It was said that the cries of the victims, offered as tributes to appease the beast, still lingered in the very stones. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a reminder of the lives that had slipped away into the darkness, lost forever in the shadows, never to return. These tributes were a grim lottery. Young men and women were chosen as sacrifices, sent into the depths of the labyrinth to face the monstrous guardian. The tragic fate of these offerings hung like a dark cloud over the island of Crete, where the labyrinth lay hidden. Each year, their families would watch with dread-filled eyes, knowing that the chance of survival was as slim as a whisper in the wind. Behind their brave facades, they trembled, clenching hands and whispering prayers to gods who seemed indifferent to their plight. But amongst the despair, there was a flicker of hope. A hero emerged from the shadows. Theseus, the brave prince of Athens, determined to end the Minotaur's reign of terror. Armed with courage and a plan, he arrived in Crete, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and resolve. Little did he know that a thread of fate had already begun to weave itself, connecting him to the labyrinth in ways he could not yet understand. A glimmer of light danced in the darkness as Ariadne, the daughter of King Minos, fell in love with Theseus. She understood the maze better than anyone, having watched her brother and other victims perish within its depths. With a heart full of compassion and a plan of her own, she gifted Theseus a ball of thread, a lifeline that would guide him through the treacherous paths of the labyrinth. He would follow the thread into the beast's lair, but would he return? As Theseus stepped into the belly of the labyrinth, the walls seemed to close in around him, the air thickening with anticipation. The whispers of the Minotaur echoed through the corridors, a guttural growl that sent shivers down his spine. Each step was a battle against the rising tide of fear, but the thread anchored him, a lifeline tugging him forward. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, time stretching like the very corridors of the labyrinth. Then, the moment arrived. The Minotaur stood before him, a towering figure of muscle and fury, eyes burning with primal rage. The clash of man and beast echoed through the stone halls, a brutal dance of life and death. Theseus fought not just against the creature but against the very essence of fear that had gripped the hearts of many. With a single, swift motion, he plunged his sword into the beast's heart, silencing the growls that had haunted the nightmares of countless souls. But victory came at a price. The labyrinth was not just a physical maze, it was a manifestation of deeper fears, secrets that lay buried within the human soul. As Theseus emerged from the darkness, triumph coursing through his veins, the weight of those he had slain pressed down upon him. He had conquered the Minotaur, but at what cost? The blood of the fallen lingered, and the labyrinth would still echo with their cries, a haunting reminder of the lives entwined in its depths. Ariadne's gaze met his, a mixture of joy and sorrow flickering in her eyes as they fled Crete together. But while they escaped the physical confines of the labyrinth, the emotional labyrinths of their pasts would follow them, twisting and turning, weaving through their thoughts like the very threads of fate that bound them. Would they ever truly be free from the shadows of what they had faced? As they sailed away from the island, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the waves. The Minotaur was dead, but the labyrinth remained, a symbol of the struggle between light and dark, hope and despair. Somewhere within its stone embrace, the ghosts of the past would continue to linger, waiting for another brave soul to challenge the darkness. And so, the story of the Minotaur lived on, carried by the winds of time, whispering through the ages. The labyrinth became more than just a structure. It transformed into a metaphor for the human experience, our fears, our battles, our relentless pursuit of understanding in a world that often seems chaotic. Each generation would face its own Minotaur, each labyrinth a unique reflection of its time, but the essence of the struggle would forever bind them together, a shared heritage of courage and resilience against the monsters that lurk in the shadows. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting the skies in shades of crimson and gold as the air crackled with tension on the battlefield of Kurukshetra. It was not just another day. It was the day that would echo through the annals of time, a day where destinies would clash, and the very essence of righteousness would be put to the test. On one side stood the Pandavas, champions of virtue, each bearing the weight of Dharma upon their shoulders. On the other lurked the Kauravas, driven by ambition and vengeance, their hearts engulfed in darkness. The clash of steel rang out, a sound that sent shivers down the spine of every warrior present. Arjuna, the mightiest archer, stood at the forefront, his mind a tempest of thoughts. As he gazed across the field, he saw not just enemies, but relatives, teachers, and friends, all drawn into this cosmic struggle. His bow, Gandiva, felt heavy in his hands. Not from its weight, but from the burden of the decisions that lay ahead. With every breath he wrestled with his conscience, questioning the meaning of duty, love, and sacrifice. Bhishma, the revered grandsire, stood as a formidable force, his heart torn between loyalty and justice. As he prepared for battle, memories flooded through him. Memories of laughter shared during family feasts, of lessons taught in the art of warfare, of whispered secrets exchanged in the quiet of night. Yet, here he was, forced to raise his weapon against those he had sworn to protect. The pull of blood and the call of Dharma twisted like a knife in his gut. His oath of loyalty to the Kauravas clashed violently with the righteousness he had spent his life upholding. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the battlefield, Krishna, the divine charioteer, offered wisdom infused with compassion. His words flowed like a soothing balm over Arjuna's frayed nerves. You are not just fighting for your kingdom, Arjuna. You are fighting for the very soul of humanity. In this cosmic battle, the lines between right and wrong blur, but your heart knows the path of Dharma. Do not falter. The weight of these words hung in the air, reverberating through the hearts of all present. Amidst the chaos, the battle began. Arrows flew like angry bees, swirling through the air with lethal intent. Yudhishthira, the epitome of righteousness, fought valiantly, embodying the principles of truth and justice. He faced Dronakarya, his once guru, now his enemy. Each clash of their weapons echoed with the memories of lessons learned and bonds formed, creating an emotional turmoil that threatened to overwhelm. Draupadi, their steadfast queen, witnessed the horror unfold from a distance. Her heart ached as she saw her husbands embroiled in a fight that was not just for land or wealth, but for honor. The specter of her own humiliation at the Kaurava court haunted her, fueling her strength. She prayed fervently, her voice rising above the battlefield, beseeching the gods for justice, for the preservation of Dharma. Her spirit soared alongside the arrows that flew, each one a silent promise that her pain would not be in vain. The battlefield was a tapestry of emotions, woven with threads of valor and despair. Karna, the tragic hero, stood resolute. He wore the scars of rejection and loyalty like armor. On this day, he fought not just for Duryodhana but for his own place in the world, to prove that he was deserving of honor despite the shadows of his past. With every shot he unleashed, he carved his legacy into the soil of Kurukshetra, determined to show that Dharma was not confined to lineage, but was a reflection of one's actions. The cries of the fallen echoed like a haunting melody, a reminder of the sorrow that came with every swing of the sword. The landscape was stained with blood, but it was also stained with the hopes and dreams of a generation. Each warrior fell not just for their own cause, but for the ideals they believed in. Each life extinguished a flicker in the cosmic fight for righteousness. As night descended, the battlefield transformed into a theater of shadows. The air was thick with the smoke of burning chariots and the scent of earth mingling with blood. The cries of the wounded filled the air, a haunting symphony that tugged at the hearts of even the fiercest fighters. In this dim light, Arjuna stood, drenched in sweat and blood, his heart pounding with the weight of loss. Each breath was a reminder of the lives taken, of friendships shattered. Krishna's presence remained a guiding light, urging Arjuna to rise above the chaos. This is the essence of life, my friend. The struggle between good and evil, right and wrong, is eternal. You are a vessel of Dharma, and your choices today will shape the world for generations to come. In that moment, Arjuna understood. A part of him would always remain on this battlefield, entangled with the fates of those who fought beside and against him. As he loosed another arrow, aimed not merely at a foe but at the heart of ignorance and injustice, he felt the weight of the universe on his shoulders. The battle was not just his. It was a cosmic struggle, a clash that transcended time and space, where each action had a ripple effect on the very fabric of existence. As dawn approached, the winds whispered tales of valor and sacrifice, beckoning the warriors to march onward. In their hearts, they carried the burden of their beliefs, the weight of their choices, and the hope that somehow, amidst all this chaos, Dharma would prevail. The cosmic battle continued, a relentless conflict that would echo through eternity. The outcome uncertain, but the fight undeniably real. A gentle breeze brushed through the trees, whispering secrets that only the most attuned could hear. In ancient Greece, the winds were more than mere elements. They were divine spirits, each carrying stories of their own. The Anemoi, the four wind gods, Boreas, Notus, Eurus, and Zephyrus, were not just names on the lips of poets. They were powerful beings that shaped the lives of the people who worshipped them. Every gust of wind was a reminder of their presence, and every storm was a testament to their might. Boreas, the north wind, was a fierce and cold deity. He roared through the mountains, his icy breath capable of freezing rivers and scattering flocks. He was often depicted with a wild mane, a warrior spirit that raged against the gentle warmth of spring. On winter nights, as children huddled by the fire, they were told tales of Boreas swooping down to take beautiful maidens, his icy grip an alluring yet terrifying promise of adventure. The story of Orithyia, a mortal princess, stirred hearts. Boreas, enamored by her beauty, swept her away to the icy landscapes of Thrace, making her his bride. An entire realm could change with the arrival of Boreas, a chilling reminder that love and fear often dance together in an intricate waltz. Notus, the south wind, brought warmth and the promise of rain. He was the soft voice of summer, a gentle sigh after the cold grip of Boreas. Yet this gentleness held its own power. When Notus blew, farmers would rejoice, knowing that the rains would nourish their crops. But storms could arise unexpectedly with Notus's breath, demonstrating the unpredictability of nature. As the sun set over the Aegean Sea, sailors prayed to him, fearing his sudden shifts that could turn calm waters into turbulent waves. His passion, which could bring life, could also bring calamity, embodying the duality of existence itself. Eurus, the east wind, was the harbinger of change. He was subtle and often overlooked, yet his whispers carried the scent of new beginnings. The Greeks believed Eurus brought the dawn, a symbol of hopes and dreams yet to unfold. He was less fierce than his brothers, yet equally important. In the tales of old, Eurus was said to guide Odysseus on his journey home, helping him navigate the treacherous seas that threatened to swallow him whole. He was a reminder that even in the darkest nights, the dawn would eventually come, awakening the world to new possibilities. Zephyrus, the west wind, was the most beloved of all the anemoi. He was soft, playful, and often associated with spring and love. The gentle caress of Zephyrus brought blossoms to life, filling the fields with color and fragrance. Artists and poets sang his praises, celebrating the joy he brought to the world. His love story with Chloris, the goddess of flowers, painted a picture of blossoming romance where even the harshest winters would yield to the tender embrace of spring. Their union symbolized hope and rebirth, a promise that after every storm, beauty would flourish once more. Yet the winds were not simply forces of nature. They were woven into the very fabric of Greek culture and mythology. Festivals celebrated their arrival, with rituals that honored their whims. Sailors would leave offerings at sea, hoping for a favorable breeze to guide their ships safely home. Farmers organized ceremonies to appease Notus, praying for rain to nurture their lands. Each anemoi had his own festival, and the excitement in the air was palpable, charged with the anticipation of what the winds would bring. But as the seasons changed, so too did the tales surrounding the anemoi. The once vibrant celebrations began to wane, overshadowed by the rise of new gods and philosophies. The winds, once revered, became mere metaphors in the verses of poets. Yet the echoes of their stories remained, whispering through the pages of history, reminding the people of their power. Even in the quietest moments, one could sense the anemoi stirring. As the sun dipped below the horizon, shadows danced along the cobblestones, and the whispers of the winds spoke of ancient battles, lost loves, and the relentless passage of time. The air thickened with tension, as if each gust carried a fragment of a forgotten story, a reminder that the gods were never truly gone. They lingered, waiting for the right moment to remind humanity of their presence. In the twilight, as shadows lengthened and night encroached, the heart of Greece resonated with the stories of the winds. Each breeze that rustled the leaves held a thread of history, a flicker of longing, and an invitation to listen closely. The anemoi were not just distant deities. They were intimately tied to the lives of the people, their destinies intertwined in a tapestry of myth and reality. And so, the winds continued to blow, a gentle reminder that with each breath of air, the spirit of the anemoi persisted, a soft sigh through the ages. The air held a promise, a lingering sense that the stories of the past were waiting to be reclaimed, waiting to breathe life into the present. As the stars began to emerge, one could almost hear the faint laughter of the winds, hinting that their tales were far from over. The night was just beginning, and the spirits of the wind were preparing for their next act, ready to unveil the mysteries that lay beyond the horizon, where the sea met the sky and every breath of air carried the weight of ancient stories yearning to be told once more. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting an otherworldly glow across the rippling sea. Waves lapped gently against the shore, each one whispering secrets of a time long past. Somewhere beneath the depths, a legend lay waiting, suspended in a world of dreams and echoes. Atlantis, the fabled city spoken of in hushed tones, held the hearts and minds of many. It was not merely a tale of loss. It was a promise of wonder. Legends tell of a magnificent civilization, thriving with unparalleled beauty and sophistication. Towering temples glistened under the sun, their golden spires reaching for the heavens. Streets were paved with precious stones, and the air was filled with the rich aromas of spices and flowers. The people of Atlantis were gifted, their knowledge of science and art so profound that it seemed like magic. It was a land of abundance, where happiness flowed as freely as the rivers that crisscrossed its terrain. Yet, as the stories unfold, a shadow loomed over this paradise, hinting at a tragic fate lurking just beneath the surface. Plato, the ancient Greek philosopher, painted a picture of Atlantis that ignited imaginations for centuries. He spoke of its power, its wealth, and how it eventually fell from grace. As the tales circulated and evolved, the city transformed into a symbol of human ambition and the consequences of hubris. The more one clung to the dream of Atlantis, the more elusive it became, like a mirage shimmering on the horizon. In the quiet corners of the earth, countless explorers sought after this lost city. From the sun-kissed islands of the Mediterranean to the mist-covered mountains of South America, their hearts beat in rhythm with the tales of grandeur. Each expedition brought with it hope and despair, fueled by the whispers of ancient sailors who claimed to have glimpsed the city's splendor through the mists of time. But what if Atlantis was not just a figment of imagination? What if, buried beneath the waves, lay remnants of a civilization that once flourished? The desolation of the sea felt almost alive, holding its breath as if guarding the memories of a world that had vanished. The ocean, with its unfathomable depths, cradled stories of triumph and tragedy, truth and myth, weaving a tapestry of human experience that resonated through centuries. In the swirling waters, a darkness stirred. It was said that the gods grew jealous of Atlantis's power, and in a single cataclysmic event, the city was swallowed whole. The fury of the waves rose, as if to reclaim what was never meant to be held. Earthquakes rattled the ground, and fire rained from the sky, ushering in a fate that would see the proud city sink into the abyss. Those who had once danced in the sunlight were now lost to the depths, their laughter silenced forever. But the allure of Atlantis remained unbroken. Scholars and dreamers, captivated by its mystery, pored over ancient texts, searching for clues, hoping to unlock the door to a past they could barely comprehend. Each fragment of information was like a piece of a puzzle, and with every discovery, the narrative of Atlantis became richer, more tantalizing. From the works of Herodotus to the tales of the ancient Egyptians, the references to a great civilization, perhaps Atlantis, stirred the imagination. As the sun rose the next day, illuminating the endless expanse of the ocean, the air crackled with possibility. Stories of shipwrecks and treasures hidden beneath waves spurred the adventurous spirit, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who dared to believe. But with each search came the haunting reality of failure, of dreams dashed against the rocks of despair. Yet the quest for Atlantis continued, each disappointment only fueling the desire to unearth the truth. Tales of lost civilizations are often tinged with emotions that range from longing to despair. The narrative of Atlantis was no different. The city symbolized not just a physical place, but an ideal, a dream of what humanity could achieve. The thrill of ambition battled against the sorrow of a lost paradise. It was more than just a city. It was a reflection of human nature itself. With each passing generation, Atlantis became a canvas upon which new stories were painted. Writers, artists, and filmmakers took up the brush, adding their strokes to the mythos. The city morphed into a powerful metaphor for the fragility of civilization, a reminder of how quickly everything could be lost. Yet the hope remained, like a flicker of light in the darkest of nights. What if, just what if, Atlantis was out there, waiting to be found? As night fell, the sea transformed. Under the moonlight, it shimmered like diamonds, and the stars seemed to whisper the names of those who had sought Atlantis. Dreamers and adventurers past and present were linked by their aspirations, their hearts beating as one in the rhythm of the waves. The legends lived on, each story interwoven with the next, creating a tapestry that spanned time and space. The city of Atlantis was not just lost, it was waiting, beckoning those brave enough to seek its treasures beneath the waves. Among the treasure hunters and historians, a familiar sense of determination grew. Each expedition, each search, brought with it the weight of history, and those who sought Atlantis carried the burden of dreams on their shoulders. The quest was not solely about finding a city, it was about unraveling the depths of human ambition and the consequences that came with it. The echoes of the past grew louder, a call to action for those willing to listen. The ocean remained a mystery, with its own heartbeat, as if it held the very essence of Atlantis within its watery embrace. As the tides shifted and the moon waxed and waned, the spirit of the lost city lingered, forever intertwined with the dreams of those who dared to believe. The narrative of Atlantis continued, a thread woven through the fabric of humanity's collective psyche, a story that would never truly end, always leaving echoes of what might have been. Beneath the cloaked whispers of ancient trees, where shadows danced with secrets of old, stories lived in the rustling leaves and the murmurs of the wind. The air was thick with a sense of wonder, a reminder that time does not erase the echoes of the past, but rather weaves them into the very fabric of the present. The myths of ancient civilizations surged through the veins of modern culture, vibrant and alive, demanding attention, igniting sparks of imagination and emotion. From the very first flickers of human expression, when cave dwellers scrawled their tales on stone, to the grand epics told in the flickering light of a fire, myths have been the heartbeat of humanity. The tales of gods and heroes, love and betrayal, courage and sacrifice transcend the barriers of time and space, whispering truths that resonate even in today's fast-paced world. They are the mirrors reflecting our deepest fears and desires, connecting us across centuries and cultures. Take the ancient Greeks, for instance, who spun elaborate tales of gods and mortals. Each story was a thread, weaving a complex tapestry of human experience, teaching lessons of hubris, love, and loss. The legend of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun, echoes in the hearts of modern dreamers, reminding them of the fine line between ambition and recklessness. When a young artist gazes at the sky, yearning to reach greater heights, they are unknowingly channeling the spirit of Icarus, propelled by the same longing that ignited the imagination of those who came before. But the Greeks were not alone. Over in the vast and ancient lands of the East, the tales of the Ramayana and the Mahabharata flowed like rivers, rich with moral complexities and profound insights into the human soul. Each character, from the noble Rama to the cunning Shakuni, embodies struggles that remain relevant today. As the youth of the modern age grapple with their own dilemmas, they find solace in the stories of these ancient heroes, discovering that the fight between good and evil is as real now as it was thousands of years ago. Even the sacred texts of the Norse, with gods like Thor and Loki, paint a vivid picture of a world where the clash of chaos and order reigns. The fierce battles, the brotherly betrayal, and the unwavering courage in the face of doom echo through the centuries, inspiring modern storytellers and filmmakers. When audiences flock to theaters to watch superheroes battle against insurmountable odds, they are not merely witnessing entertainment, they are participating in a ritual as old as time itself, the age-old dance of myth and morality. Once, in the bustling markets of ancient Rome, traders would gather not only to sell their goods but to share stories of epic conquests and the legendary figures who defined their world. The tales of Aeneas, the hero who fled the burning ruins of Troy to found a new city, reverberated through the streets, inspiring generations to seek their own destinies. Today, as individuals navigate the complexities of life in a fast-changing society, they too are searching for a purpose, a place to belong, echoing Aeneas's timeless quest for home. Then there are the indigenous myths, rich with connections to nature and the spirit world. The stories of the Native American tribes, for instance, weave a fabric that honors the land and its creatures. The tale of Coyote, the trickster, speaks not only of laughter and mischief but of the delicate balance of life. In every modern environmental movement, in every call to protect the planet, the echoes of these ancient stories resonate, urging societies to remember their roots and live in harmony with nature. As the clock ticks forward, the legacy of these myths continues to shape modern culture. Writers, filmmakers, and artists are drawn to these timeless narratives like moths to a flame. The modern reinterpretations of these tales, framed through the lens of contemporary issues, spark a flame of recognition in audiences. The epic battles of ancient heroes morph into the struggles of modern-day activists fighting for justice and equality. The emotional weight of these stories fuels movements, giving voice to the voiceless and strength to the weary. The power of myth lies not just in its ability to entertain, but in its capacity to transform. It can ignite revolutions, inspire movements, and heal broken hearts. In the face of adversity, people find comfort in the ancient stories that remind them they are not alone. They step into the shoes of Odysseus, journeying back home. They embody the resilience of Persephone, emerging from darkness into light. Each tale, a testament to the human spirit, continues to wield its influence, urging individuals to rise above challenges and embrace their own stories. As the fire crackles and the shadows stretch into the night, one can almost hear the voices of ancestors urging the present to remember, to connect. The stories of old are not relics of the past, but living entities that breathe through the generations. They remind every listener of their place in a grand narrative, linking personal experiences to the collective human journey. And just like that, the stories blend and swirl, a continuous thread weaving through time, creating connections that bind the past with the present. The youth of today, armed with smartphones and dreams, are not merely consumers of tales, but active participants in an ancient tradition, crafting their own legends while honoring those who came before. With every myth retold, every character revitalized, the cycle continues, inviting new generations to engage with the profound truths embedded in these ancient narratives. They stand at a crossroads where the weight of history meets the promise of the future, echoing a timeless message. Life is a story, and every person is a storyteller, penning their chapter in the great book of existence.